The bitter winter winds of 1889 swept across the Illinois farmlands, carrying whispers of hardship that would define a generation. In the small town of Ramsey, Ella Hunt brought her 8th child into the world on February 17th, as frost patterns etched themselves across window panes and financial anxiety gnawed at the edges of middle-class security. They named him Haroldson Lafayette Hunt, Jr., though in the economy of farm life, such grandeur quickly shortened to Boy. The farmhouse stood as a monument to practical living, sturdy, unadorned, a place where function trumped form and every object earned its keep. Hashel Hunt, the patriarch, moved through his domain with the measured pace of a man accustomed to calculating yield and loss with each passing season. His weathered hands, cracked from cold and labor, rested briefly on his newborn son's head. "Another mouth," he murmured, not unkindly, "in times that ask for fewer." The panic of 1893 arrived like a slow-moving storm when Haroldson, still universally called Boy, was barely 4 years old. He was too young to understand the newspaper headlines that his father studied with increasing grimness, but old enough to register the tightening rhythm of household economies. Kerosene rationed, meat appearing less frequently at the table. The quiet consultations between his parents when they thought the children slept. What Boy understood, without requiring explanation, was that something had shifted in the world's foundation. The neighboring Wilkins family lost their farm to the bank. Downtown storefronts that once displayed candies and ready-made clothes now stood empty, their windows soaped over. At church, the collection plate returned lighter than before. "Why are people so worried about money, Ma?" he asked one evening as Ella mended a shirt for the 3rd time, squinting in the dim light to make invisible stitches. Ella's hands paused momentarily. "Money isn't important for its own sake, Boy," she said carefully. "It's just how we keep count of what matters." "Keep count of what?" "Of who's winning and who's losing," she said, then smiled to soften the bluntness. "And in this family, we aim to win." By 6, Boy was helping with farm chores before and after his limited schooling. While his older siblings had enjoyed more prosperous times and consequently more educational opportunity, Boy's formal learning narrowed to the essential reading, basic mathematics, enough writing to sign a contract. After the 5th grade, the schoolhouse door closed behind him permanently. What remained was the education of necessity. He learned to gauge the weight of a calf without scales, to predict weather from cloud formations, to calculate in his head how many bushels of corn might come from a field simply by walking its perimeter. These were not lessons from books, but from observation, the marginalia of survival written across the landscape of rural Illinois. One autumn afternoon, when Boy was 11, he stood beside his father as Hashel surveyed their reduced circumstances. 3 fields instead of 5 now carried the Hunt name. The equipment barn housed implements that grew more obsolete with each passing season. The once prosperous farm had contracted like a wool sweater in hot water. "What happens when you lose money?" Boy asked, watching a neighbor's wagon pass laden with their furniture, their farm foreclosed. Hashel Hunt didn't immediately answer. The lines around his eyes had deepened since the panic, etched by worry rather than laughter. "You don't lose money," he finally said, his voice low. "Money just changes hands. Someone always has it. The trick is making sure that someone is you." The words settled into Boy's consciousness like seeds finding fertile ground. That evening, as lamplight threw long shadows across the kitchen table, he counted his small savings coins earned from running errands for neighbors. From selling rabbit pelts, from the 100 small enterprises he had already initiated at an age when most children thought only of play. 37 cents. Not much. But it was his, and he had more today than yesterday. The arithmetic of accumulation fascinated him. If he could turn 37 cents into 50, and 50 into $1, and $1 into 5, there was a pattern there, a progression that seemed to offer a way forward. "What are you counting, boy?" asked his mother, pausing as she passed through with mending. "Just keeping score," he replied without looking up. The following spring, when Boy was 12, he approached Mr. Dennison, whose farm adjoined the diminished Hunt property. Dennison was short-handed since his sons had left for Chicago seeking industrial work. "I can clear that north field for you," Boy said, standing straight-backed despite being dwarfed by the man's presence. 3 days' work, I reckon." Dennison assessed the child before him, small for his age, but with an unnerving steadiness in his gaze. "That's man's work," he said. "What would your father say?" "He'd say to negotiate fair payment before starting," Boy replied. 50 cents a day. Dennison laughed, but the sound faded when the child's expression didn't change. "You're serious?" "I am. And I'll finish early if I can." That night, muscles aching from swinging an axe-sized for adult arms, Boy added his first day's payment to his collection. 50 cents. More than he'd earned in the previous month of odd jobs. The sensation of the coin, heavy in his palm, produced a satisfaction that transcended its monetary value. It wasn't just currency, it was proof that labor could be converted to capital, and capital could grow. By 13, Boy was a familiar figure in the farming community. The youngest Hunt, moving between properties, taking on work that others considered beneath them or too physically demanding for the wage offered. He cleaned barns, repaired fence lines, helped with slaughtering. The money accumulated slowly but steadily, hidden in a tin beneath the loose floorboard under his bed. "You don't spend anything you make," observed his older brother Thomas one evening as Boy returned from a 12-hour day at the Wilsons' place. "What's to buy?" Boy asked, washing grime from his hands in the basin. "Everything I need is here." "Not everything you want, though." Boy looked puzzled. "Wanting just costs extra," he said, as if stating an obvious truth. "And most of what folks want just weighs them down later." Thomas studied his younger brother with curiosity. "You're an odd one, Boy, like an old man in a child's body." The assessment didn't trouble Boy. He had already intuited something that would form the backbone of his future philosophy. Restraint wasn't sacrifice if you calculated the long-term yield. The candy his peers spent pennies on dissolved in minutes. The coins in his tin would multiply. When Boy turned 14, the family gathered for a modest birthday supper. The panic had eased somewhat, but its lessons had been permanently etched into the household's habits. The table held simple fare: a roast chicken, potatoes, carrots from the cellar, and a single cake his mother had made by saving egg whites for days. "To our boy," Haschel said, raising a glass of water in a gesture that nonetheless carried the solemnity of a toast. "Nearly a man now." Boy nodded, uncomfortable with the attention, but pleased with the recognition of his transition toward adulthood. After the plates were cleared and his siblings dispersed to evening chores, his father beckoned him to the porch. The two sat in matching wooden chairs as dusk settled across the fields. Crickets began their nightly chorus. For several minutes, neither spoke. The silence between them comfortable, a shared language of observation rather than words. "I've watched you," Haschel finally said. You work harder than men twice your age." Boy shrugged. "Work is just work." "No. To most, work is burden. To you, it's calculation." Hashall leaned forward, elbows on knees. "You've saved near every penny." Boy tensed, wondering if his hidden cash had been discovered. "Don't worry," his father continued, noting the reaction. "Your mother found it months ago. We've left it untouched. It's yours, fair-earned." Relaxing slightly, Boy asked, "How did she know?" "Mothers always know," Hashell said with the ghost of a smile. "But that's not why I'm talking to you now. I'm talking because you need to understand something about money." The evening breeze carried the scent of earth and growing things. Boy waited. "Money," Hashall continued, "is like water. It flows. It finds the lowest point. It can nourish or it can drown you. Most men treat it like it's solid, something you can stand on, but it shifts underfoot." "Is that why we lost the North Fields?" Boy asked. Hashell's face tightened momentarily. "We lost the North Fields because I trusted paper promises instead of what I could touch and count. I won't make that mistake again, and neither will you." The conversation shifted something fundamental in Boy's understanding. Money wasn't simply currency, it was information. It was a system for transferring value that could be manipulated by those who understood its flows. In the months that followed, Boy expanded his labor beyond the immediate community. He walked 3 miles to Vandalia to find additional work, returning home long after dark. His tin of savings grew heavier, the coins now supplemented by occasional dollar bills, worn and soft from circulation, but carrying the promise of greater mobility than metal currency could provide. At 15, Boy approached his father with a proposal. "The Mercer place has 40 acres lying fallow," he said over breakfast one morning. "They can't work it since Jim Mercer broke his back. I could lease it for spring planting." Hashell studied his son across the table. "Leasing takes capital." "I have $18.43, Boy replied without hesitation. "Mrs. Mercer said she'd take $12 for the season if we give her 1/10 of whatever we harvest." "We?" Hashell raised an eyebrow. "I'd need help with plowing. I thought maybe you and Thomas could spare a day. I'd pay fair wages." The idea of his 15-year-old son offering wages produced a rare laugh from Hashell. "You've got nerve, Boy, I'll give you that." Nevertheless, the arrangement proceeded. Boy planted 10 acres of that fallow ground with corn, carefully calculating seed costs against projected yield. When summer drought threatened the crop, he organized an irrigation system using barrels and the nearby creek, working through nights to keep the young plants from withering. By harvest, his persistence had yielded a modest but respectable crop. After paying his promised share to Mrs. Mercer and settling accounts for seed and equipment use, Boy had turned his initial investment into $31, nearly doubling his money in a single growing season. The experience taught him something crucial. Ownership, even temporary, created leverage that mere labor could not. "You did well," his father acknowledged as they sat tallying the final figures. "But one good season doesn't make a farmer. Next year could bring flood or blight or prices so low you couldn't give corn away." "Then I won't plant corn next year," Boy replied simply. "I'll plant whatever the papers say is scarce." Hashell studied his son with a mixture of pride and puzzlement. "You're not like your brothers," he said finally. "They see what's in front of them. You see what's not there yet." By 16, the constraints of farm life had begun to chafe. Boy had mastered its economics, the predictable cycle of planting and harvest, the careful balance of investment and return. but he sensed larger patterns beyond the boundaries of Ramsey and Vandalia. Newspapers brought stories of opportunity elsewhere: oil in Pennsylvania, gold in Colorado, timber in the Northwest, cotton in Texas. "You're restless," his mother observed one evening, finding him studying a tattered map by lamplight. "Like a horse that feels the gates not latched." Boy folded the map carefully. "There's more out there than here, Ma." Ella Hunt's face showed the complex calculation of a mother preparing to lose a child to the wider world. "There always is," she said softly, "but more isn't always better." "It's not about better," Boy replied. "It's about possible." In the winter of 1904, as his 15th year gave way to his 16th, Boy made his decision. The tin beneath his floorboard now contained nearly $70, a fortune by local standards, seed money by his own reckoning. The farm had taught him all it could about economy, scarcity, and the relationship between effort and reward. What remained to learn would require a larger laboratory. "I'm leaving in the spring," he told his parents one Sunday after church. The simple declaration hung in the air between them, not a request, but a statement of fact. Haschel nodded, unsurprised. "Where to?" "West first. The papers say there's work in the mining towns that pays 3 times what farming does." "Mining's dangerous," Ella said, her hands clasping involuntarily. "Men die under collapsed shafts." "I won't be mining," Boy assured her. "I'll be watching miners, learning how money moves through those towns, where it pools, where it drains away." His parents exchanged glances, recognizing the particular logic that had always separated their youngest from his peers. He didn't seek adventure or escape. He sought systems to decode. As winter softened toward spring, Boy prepared methodically for departure. He purchased sturdy boots, breaking them in gradually to prevent blisters on the road. He studied train schedules and fares, calculating the most efficient route west. He liquidated his small agricultural holdings: 2 piglets he'd been raising, a 1/4 acre of vegetable garden he'd been tending for the widow Simmons. The night before his departure, the family gathered for a farewell supper. The mood was subdued, but not somber. The Hunts were not given to excessive sentimentality. The farm had taught them that attachment to anything must be tempered by the recognition of impermanence. "A toast," Haschel said, raising his glass. "To Boy, may he find fair weather and honest men." Boy nodded, accepting the blessing for what it was. Later, as the household settled for sleep, his mother came to his room. She carried a small package wrapped in brown paper. "Something to take with you," she said, placing it in his hands. Boy unwrapped it carefully. Inside lay a small leather notebook and pencil. "For keeping count," Ella explained, "of whatever matters." In the gray light of dawn, Boy Hunt stood at the edge of the farm that had shaped his understanding of the world. 16 years old, 5'9", with a canvas bag containing 2 changes of clothes, $73 sewn into the lining of his jacket, and his mother's notebook tucked into his shirt pocket. He looked neither particularly strong nor remarkably intelligent, just another farm boy heading toward the horizon. What set him apart was invisible, an internal arithmetic that converted everything to calculation, a belief that waste was moral failure, and the conviction that in a world of flux, self-reliance was the only reliable currency. Without ceremony, Boy turned from the farmhouse and began walking toward Vandalia and the train station beyond. His gait was steady, unhurried. He didn't look back. The lessons of scarcity had taught him that sentiment was a luxury, and luxury was inefficient. The road stretched before him, leading away from the place where Haroldson Lafayette Hunt Jr. had learned that money was just a way of keeping score, and that he intended, with every fiber of his being, to win. The desert dawn stretched like a thin, violet ribbon across the horizon, the silhouette of distant mountains etching themselves against the warming sky. Haroldson Lafayette Hunt Jr. studied his remaining poker chips with practiced indifference. The oil lamp suspended above the table cast long shadows across the faces of the men whose fortunes intertwined with his own that night. 5 men had started the game, only 2 remained. "I'll see your 20, said the heavy-set cattle buyer across from him, pushing forward a stack of coins that clinked dully against the wooden table. "And raise you 50 more. Hunt betrayed nothing in his expression. The saloon around them had grown quiet, the piano player having retired hours before, leaving only the occasional clink of a glass or creak of floorboards as the barkeep swept up. A wall clock ticked away the minutes, its hands approaching 4 in the morning. It was 1912, and at 33 years of age, H.L. Hunt had been chasing fortune for 7 years on the ragged edge of America. Tonight might change everything. He'd started with $40 3 days ago. Now, several thousand sat in the pot between them. "Call," Hunt said quietly, adding his chips to the pile, "and let's see what you're holding." The cattle buyer's face fell as Hunt revealed 3 kings. The man threw his cards down in disgust. 2 pair, aces and queens. Not enough. "God damn it, Hunt. You've been running hotter than a pistol all night." Hunt allowed himself the slightest smile as he raked in his winnings. $5,000, perhaps 6. More money than most men saw in years. Enough to change his trajectory completely. "Just the odds playing out, Benson," he said mildly, organizing the bills into neat stacks. "Nothing personal in it." As the first true rays of sunlight crept through the dirty windows, H.L. Hunt stepped out onto the dusty street, a canvas bag heavy with his winnings clutched firmly under his arm. The small Arizona mining town was beginning to stir. A newspaper boy pedaled past, shouting about President Taft's latest speech. Hunt paused to purchase a copy, his mind already turning toward what this sudden wealth meant. 7 years earlier, Hunt had left his family's Illinois farm with little more than ambition and a restless spirit. The year was 1905. Theodore Roosevelt occupied the White House, and America pulsed with the energy of a new century. For a young man who'd left formal schooling after the 5th grade, the world beyond the farm represented both promise and peril. He drifted west, following railroad lines and opportunity. California lumber camps, Arizona copper mines, Nevada silver operations. He'd tried them all, learning quickly that itinerant labor built calluses but rarely fortune. Yet Hunt absorbed everything: how men talked when desperate, how they wagered when flush, how the rhythms of boom and bust shaped decisions. Most valuable of all, he developed an unfailing memory for cards and a preternatural ability to calculate odds. "You got the knack for knowing what's in a man's hand before he does," an old prospector had told him after watching Hunt clean out a table of miners. "That's a gift, son. Don't waste it digging someone else's holes." By 1908, Hunt had transitioned from occasional card player to professional gambler. The progression wasn't uncommon in the West. Many men made their living reading tells rather than veins of ore. Hunt brought a methodical discipline to the profession that separated him from the crowd. He tracked his wins and losses meticulously in a small leather notebook. He established strict rules about bankroll management, never risking more than a carefully calculated percentage on any game. He studied probability, mentally tracking cards and calculating odds with a precision that unnerved his opponents. Hunt settled into a room at a boarding house run by a widow named Mrs. Tolliver. The place was clean, if Spartan, with a shared bathroom down the hall and meals served promptly at 7 each morning and evening. "Mr. Hunt," Mrs. Tolliver said as he descended for breakfast later that morning, "you're looking particularly pleased with yourself today." "Just fortunate to be enjoying your fine cooking, ma'am," he replied, taking his usual seat at the communal table. Two salesmen and an elderly retired schoolteacher nodded their greetings. Over eggs and coffee, Hunt unfolded his newspaper. Across the front page, headlines spoke of suffragettes marching in Washington and Woodrow Wilson's presidential campaign gaining steam against the split Republican vote of Taft and Roosevelt. Hunt skimmed these with passing interest, but his attention lingered on a smaller item. "Oil discovery continues to transform Oklahoma." The article described how petroleum discoveries were creating overnight millionaires. Hunt read it twice, committing certain details to memory. He'd heard tales of oil wealth before, but something about the methodical, mathematical nature of the business appealed to him. Finding oil required luck, certainly, but also careful study and calculation skills he'd been refining at card tables for years. "You looking for new territory, Mr. Hunt?" asked one of the salesmen, noticing his interest in the paper. "Always considering opportunities," Hunt replied neutrally, folding the paper and returning to his breakfast. Later, in the privacy of his room, Hunt spread his winnings across the bed, organizing the bills by denomination. $5,432. A fortune by most standards, and his largest win yet. But Hunt had learned caution from bitter experience. Just 2 years earlier, in 1910, he'd won nearly $2,000 in a similar streak of luck. Flush with success, he'd invested the money in a cotton farm in Arkansas. The venture had proved disastrous. Unpredictable weather, fluctuating cotton prices, and his own inexperience had wiped him out within a year. "Stick to what you know," he told himself afterward, returning to the gambling circuit with renewed focus. Now, older and wiser, Hunt considered his options carefully. The money represented freedom, freedom from the constant grind of small-stakes games, freedom to pursue something more substantial. But what? The answer came later that week while playing in a lower-stakes game to pass the time. His opponent was a weathered man named Caldwell, who worked as a drilling supervisor on a small operation outside town. "Geology's a science and a gamble, all wrapped into one," Caldwell explained between hands. "You study the formations, the surface signs, look at where others have struck and failed. But in the end, you're still betting on what's thousands of feet down where no man has seen." Hunt found himself asking increasingly detailed questions, his interest piqued by the parallels to his own profession. "Tell me," he asked casually, "how does a man get started in the oil business?" Caldwell chuckled. "Well, you need either land or leases and enough capital to hire a crew and equipment. But mostly, you need nerve. It's a business that'll break most men." "Sounds familiar," Hunt replied with a small smile. Over the following weeks, Hunt began his self-education in earnest. He purchased geology textbooks, studied maps of known oil-producing regions, and spent hours in conversation with anyone connected to the industry. He learned the language, anticlines, synclines, fault lines, caprock, and began to understand the science behind petroleum formation and collection. Most evenings still found him at the card tables, where his disciplined approach continued to yield steady profits. But increasingly, his days were devoted to this new pursuit. He began visiting the local courthouse, studying mineral rights records and lease agreements, learning the legal framework that governed the industry. "You're spending an awful lot of time with those maps and books," Mrs. Tolliver observed one evening as she brought him a cup of coffee in the boarding house parlor. Hunt looked up from a geological survey he'd been studying. "Just pursuing an interest, ma'am." "Well, it's a change from cards, at least," she said with a hint of approval. "My late husband always said a man should have something to build, not just games to play." Hunt merely nodded, returning to his studies. The widow's comment, however, lingered in his mind. Games had taught him valuable lessons about risk, about human nature, about patience. But they were, by definition, zero-sum affairs. One man's win was another's loss. Oil, on the other hand, created something from nothing, wealth from the earth itself. Winter gave way to spring, and Hunt continued his dual education in cards and crude. He was particularly drawn to the concept of wildcatting, drilling exploratory wells in unproven territory. It seemed the perfect application of his gambling instincts, yet with potentially greater rewards. "The trick," explained a geologist passing through town who Hunt bought drinks for an entire evening, "isn't just finding oil. It's finding it at a cost that makes sense. Plenty of fools have struck oil and gone broke because they spent $10 to make $5. Hunt nodded, mentally comparing the concept to his own bankroll management principles. "And what separates the successful wildcatters from the failures?" The geologist considered this. Discipline mostly, knowing when to drill and when to walk away. The best ones have a system, a method to their madness. They don't bet everything on a single hole. By summer 1913, Hunt had made his decision. He would leave the gambling circuit and enter the oil business. His stake had grown to nearly $7,000, enough to acquire some promising leases and perhaps partner with more experienced operators for his initial ventures. On his final night in town, Hunt found himself in a familiar saloon, though not to gamble. He nursed a single whiskey, watching others risk their fortunes at the tables he'd dominated for so long. "Not playing tonight, Hunt?" asked the bartender, wiping down the counter nearby. "No," Hunt replied. "Just saying goodbye to an old friend. Moving on." Hunt nodded. "Time for a new game." The bartender leaned closer. "Heard you've been studying up on oil. That's a rich man's gamble, you know." "Perhaps," Hunt acknowledged, "but it follows rules, same as cards. Understand the odds, manage your stake, read the signs, know when to hold and when to fold." "Well," the bartender said, refilling Hunt's glass, "this one's on the house, to new ventures." Hunt raised his glass slightly. "To calculated risks." Later that night, in his room at the boarding house, Hunt packed his few possessions methodically. Clothes, books, maps, and most importantly, his carefully maintained notebooks filled with observations on geology, oil production techniques, and business strategies gleaned from countless conversations. He paused when he came to his deck of cards, worn smooth from years of handling. After a moment's hesitation, he placed them in his suitcase as well, a reminder of where he'd come from and the skills that had brought him this far. As he prepared for sleep, Hunt reflected on the path that had led him here. From an Illinois farm to California lumber camps, from professional gambling to the threshold of a new industry. Each step had built upon the last, each lesson preparing him for what followed. The drifter years had taught him self-reliance and adaptability. Professional gambling had honed his understanding of risk, probability, and human psychology. Even his failed cotton venture had provided valuable experience, teaching him to stick to what he understood. Now, as he stood on the cusp of a new chapter, H.L. Hunt felt a quiet confidence. The skills that had served him at the poker table, patience, calculation, the ability to read both cards and men, would serve him equally well in the oil fields. The stakes would be higher, the game more complex, but the fundamental principles remained the same. Tomorrow's train would carry him east, toward the emerging oil territories. What awaited him there, only time would tell. But as Hunt drifted toward sleep, his mind filled not with doubt but with possibilities. Geological formations waiting to be decoded, opportunities waiting to be seized, fortunes waiting to be made. The gambler was becoming something more. A strategist, a student of the earth itself, a man preparing to extract wealth not from opponents across a table, but from the very ground beneath their feet. Dawn would bring a new horizon, and H.L. Hunt was ready to meet it. The summer rain tapped a melancholy rhythm against the courthouse windows as Haroldson Lafayette Hunt Jr. ran his finger down the county ledger. The leather-bound volume contained more than mere property records. To Hunt, these pages were a cartography of opportunity, each notation a possible doorway to fortune. Outside, El Dorado, Arkansas shimmered under the gray sky of 1909, the town poised on the precipice of transformation, though few yet recognized it. "Closing in 20 minutes, Mr. Hunt," called the county clerk, a thin man with spectacles that magnified eyes already weary from a day of public service. Hunt nodded without looking up. "I'll be done by then, Thomas." His finger stopped at a particular entry, and he copied the details meticulously into a small notebook bound in oilcloth. The paper was cheap, but the information priceless. 6 years earlier, such courthouse minutiae would have meant nothing to him. Now, these property descriptions and mineral rights transfers had replaced playing cards as the instruments of his fortune. When Hunt left the building, briefcase in hand, the rain had subsided. Mud clung to his boots as he walked to his Model T, parked among the handful of automobiles that had begun to populate small-town America. The Great War was over, leaving behind an accelerated industrial hunger. Oil, once merely illumination, now fueled the engines of modernity. Hunt drove slowly through town, past the hardware store where drillers gathered to trade tales of gushers and dry holes, past the hotel where leasemen negotiated over whiskey despite Prohibition's growing shadow. He was not heading home yet. First, he needed to see a particular piece of land with his own eyes. "You're late for supper again," Lyda Bunker Hunt said without recrimination. When he finally arrived at their modest home on the outskirts of town. At 31, she maintained the sturdy practicality that had first attracted him. Her brown hair was pulled back, her dress simple but neat. "Had to check on that Smackover tract," he replied, hanging his hat. "Fellow's asking too much, but the geology's promising." Their eldest son, 6-year-old Hassie, looked up from his plate. "Did you find oil, Papa?" Hunt smiled, tousling the boy's hair. "Not yet, son, but we're getting closer." Lyda placed a plate before him, simple fare, economical but filling. She understood the rhythms of her husband's ambitions, the careful balance between risk and caution. Their marriage in 1914 had coincided with his transition from professional gambling to oil prospecting, and she had weathered the uncertain early years with stoic resolve. "Margaret's got a touch of fever," she said, referring to their youngest daughter. "Nothing serious." Hunt nodded, his mind still partially occupied with calculations of lease values and drilling costs. He had learned to compartmentalize, family concerns in one chamber of his heart, business matters in another. Yet increasingly, the latter consumed his waking hours. "How much do we have set aside?" he asked between mouthfuls. Lyda didn't need clarification. 800 in the bank, another 400 in the safe. It wasn't a question of household expenses. Both knew exactly what was available for his next investment. Their partnership operated on implicit understanding. He sought opportunity. She maintained stability. The children, now numbering 4 with 2 more to come in later years, were anchors that kept his more speculative instincts in check. Dawn found Hunt already at his desk in the small office he maintained downtown. The room was Spartan: a desk, 3 chairs, filing cabinets, and a map of Arkansas oil fields pinned to the wall. No paintings adorned the space, no expensive furnishings announced success. He cultivated this image carefully: the simple oilman, pragmatic and unpretentious. The reality was more complex. Behind the folksy demeanor lurked a mind that calculated probabilities with the precision of his gambling days. But where poker relied on reading men, oil required reading the earth itself, a more cryptic opponent. A knock at the door interrupted his study of geological reports. "Come in, Morton." The door opened to reveal a weather-beaten man in his 50s, clothes bearing the indelible stains of drilling mud. Sam Morton had worked rigs across 3 states and possessed something Hunt valued more than formal education: practical knowledge of what lay beneath the surface. "That Simmons well came in yesterday," Morton reported, accepting the coffee Hunt offered. "Not a gusher, but steady. About 80 barrels daily by my estimate." Hunt nodded, making a notation. "Location?" "Location? 2 miles east of the Johnson property. Same formation, I'd wager." This was the intelligence Hunt prized, not rumor or speculation, but observable fact. He'd built a network of roughnecks, drillers, and landmen who provided ground-level information from across the region. While other investors relied on second-hand reports from distant offices, Hunt insisted on proximity, on data he could verify personally. "I'm heading out there this afternoon," Hunt said. "Care to ride along?" Morton nodded. "Been meaning to show you that other tract, too. The one with the unusual surface features." They spent the next hour poring over maps and production reports. Hunt's method was methodical: identify potential, verify personally, negotiate advantageously, finance conservatively. The transition from cards to crude had been natural. Both required calculating odds against incomplete information. Both punished overconfidence and rewarded patience. "My husband tells me you came up from Texas," Lyda said, pouring coffee for Eleanor Massey, wife of a local banker. The women sat in the Hunt parlor, their children playing in the yard visible through lace curtains. "San Antonio," Eleanor confirmed. "Frank was transferred to manage the branch here. They say Arkansas is about to boom with oil." Lyda's smile revealed nothing of their own interests in that possibility. "So they say, though we've heard such predictions before." This discretion was part of their strategy. While Hunt built his knowledge and positioned for opportunities, Lyda maintained their social presence. Neither flamboyant nor revealing, she collected useful information from other wives while divulging little about their own affairs. "Haroldson seems to have taken to the oil business well," Eleanor observed. Frank says he has a good eye for value. He's always been able to see patterns others miss, Lyda replied, her pride evident despite her restraint. Even when he was gambling, it was never truly gambling to him, just calculations. The conversation drifted to children and community matters, but Lyda stored away the banker's interest. Information flowed in both directions in their household, Hunt's field intelligence complemented by Lyda's social reconnaissance. The Model T bounced along the rutted road, Morton pointing out geological features visible to his experienced eye. Hunt drove slowly, absorbing every detail of the landscape. This was due diligence in its most literal form, diligence applied to the land itself. Most fellows would have leveraged those Louisiana wells by now, Morton observed, borrowed against them to drill 10 more. Hunt's expression remained impassive. Most fellows end up broke that way too. Conservative strategy, Morton noted, unusual in the oil patch. I borrow for production, not consumption, Hunt replied, a maxim he had developed through hard experience. Debt that yields is investment. The other kind is just a noose waiting to tighten. They stopped at a ridge overlooking a valley where several wooden derricks punctuated the landscape. Steam and smoke rose from primitive engines powering the drilling operations. Men scurried about like ants, their shouts carrying faintly across the distance. Hunt surveyed the scene, mentally cataloging each operation, who owned it, how deep they were drilling, what their production looked like. The landscape before him represented more than terrain. It was a battlefield of capital and geology, where fortunes rose or collapsed based on what lay thousands of feet below the surface. That Johnston property, Hunt said, pointing to an undeveloped tract to the east. Owner still refusing to lease? Morton nodded, holding out for royalty terms nobody's offering. He'll come around when his neighbor hits, Hunt predicted. We'll wait. This patience distinguished Hunt from the frenetic speculators who dominated the early oil business. While others chased rumors and overextended, he built positions methodically, spreading risk across multiple properties and operating within his means. The approach owed more to his gambling background than he publicly acknowledged. Bankroll management had taught him to survive the inevitable downswings. Evening found Hunt at his home desk, poring over contracts by lamplight. Lyda entered silently, placing a cup of coffee at his elbow. The Massey's party is Saturday, she reminded him. Frank mentioned he'd like to discuss business. Hunt nodded without looking up. Fishing to see if we need financing for that eastern acreage. That's my impression. Eleanor mentioned they're eager to expand their oil loan portfolio. Hunt finally looked up, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. You'd have made a fine intelligence officer, Lyda. She returned the smile. Just looking after our interests. Will you take the loan? Depends on their terms. But I'm not over-leveraging us on speculation. He gestured to the papers before him. These courthouse records tell the real story, who's selling, who's buying, who's desperate, better than any rumor. Lyda studied her husband's face in the lamplight. The professional gambler she had married was transforming into something else, a strategic investor with an instinct for value hiding in plain sight. His methods remained largely the same: observe patterns others missed, calculate probabilities others misjudged, and maintain emotional equilibrium when others panicked. Hassie asked if you'd read to him tonight, she said. Hunt checked his pocket watch. Tell him 10 minutes. I need to finish these notes. After she left, Hunt returned to his calculations. The transition from cards to crude had not been without setbacks. Early ventures had yielded mixed results, lessons purchased with hard-earned capital. But gradually, a methodology had emerged, one based on courthouse records, first-hand observation, and the network of relationships he'd cultivated. The simple oilman persona he presented publicly concealed a more complex reality. Yes, he lacked formal education, but he possessed an autodidact's voracious appetite for practical knowledge. Yes, he dressed modestly and drove an ordinary car, but this was calculation rather than necessity. Ostentation attracted attention, and attention raised prices. By 1920, as America's thirst for petroleum accelerated, Hunt had positioned himself precisely where opportunity and preparation would intersect. The Arkansas oil fields were stirring, and he had quietly assembled the knowledge, capital, and connections to capitalize on what was coming. "You're betting against conventional wisdom," observed Frank Massey as they stood on the banker's porch, cigars glowing in the evening darkness. The Massey's social gathering had transitioned from dinner to digestives, men congregating outside while women conversed in the parlor. Hunt measured his words carefully, not betting against exactly, just taking a different position. "Most are focusing on the western fields. You're accumulating eastern leases." "I go where the geology points, not the crowd," Hunt replied, aware that this conversation was both social and strategic. Massey controlled capital. Hunt needed backing for his larger ambitions. "And this geology, you've had experts verify your theories." Hunt took a deliberate draw on his cigar. "I verify personally. Drive to every property, study the formations, check production from nearby wells." He paused. "I don't invest in what I can't see with my own eyes." Massey nodded appreciatively. Conservative approach, refreshing in this business. "Not conservative, thorough. There's a difference." Hunt tapped ash from his cigar. "I'll risk capital when the odds favor me, but I calculate those odds myself. Don't trust others' assessments." "The bank could participate in your next venture," Massey suggested. "Terms would be favorable for someone with your track record." Hunt nodded non-committally. "I'll consider it, but I move when opportunity presents, not before." Inside the house, Lyda engaged in parallel diplomacy with Eleanor Massey, each woman advancing family interests through seemingly casual conversation. This coordination, unspoken but effective, had become central to the Hunt strategy. While he gathered technical intelligence, she cultivated social capital, each supporting the other's efforts. Late October 1920. Hunt stood on a hilltop in Smackover, watching as workers erected a new derrick on land he'd acquired 6 months earlier. The weather had turned crisp, leaves painting the surrounding forests in amber and crimson. Nearby, drilling equipment waited to be installed, technology that would probe thousands of feet into the Earth's mysteries. A decade ago, he could not have imagined this transition, from the green felt of poker tables to the geological gambles of oil exploration. Yet the core principles remained unchanged: understand the odds, minimize risk through information, and recognize patterns others missed. "We start drilling next week," said the foreman, a burly man named Carlson. "Should know within a month if your hunch is right." Hunt nodded. "It's not a hunch. The geological markers match the producing wells 8 miles west. Same formation, just deeper here." Carlson looked skeptical, but knew better than to argue. Hunt's growing reputation for methodical analysis commanded respect, even among veteran drillers who typically disdained office men and their theories. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the construction site, Hunt mentally reviewed his position. The capital risked on this venture represented years of careful accumulation. Poker winnings transformed into drilling rights, small producing wells leveraged into larger acquisitions, each step calculated to build without overextending. Lyda and the children waited at home, their security balanced against his ambition. He had promised her that this venture, while significant, would not jeopardize their foundation. The distinction between productive and consumption debt had become his North Star: borrow only for assets that could generate returns, never for lifestyle or appearances. The gambler in him recognized this moment as the turn of a card, the point where possibilities narrowed and outcomes clarified. But unlike poker, where a single hand could undo months of discipline, oil exploration was a longer game. This well might come up dry, but the portfolio approach he'd developed spread risk across multiple properties. As Hunt descended the hill toward his waiting automobile, his expression revealed nothing of the calculations running behind his eyes. The transition from cards to crude was nearly complete. The professional gambler had evolved into something more substantial, a strategic investor with an instinct for value that others overlooked. The simple oilman persona he cultivated concealed the sophisticated risk assessment methodology developed at poker tables across the West. Arkansas in 1920 stood at the threshold of an oil boom that would reshape the region, and H.L. Hunt, with his courthouse education, his network of informants, and his geological intuition, was positioned precisely where opportunity and preparation would soon intersect, a convergence that would eventually transform a card player from Illinois into one of the wealthiest oil men in American history. The January sky hung low over El Dorado, Arkansas, a curtain of pewter drawn across a landscape transformed. Where cotton fields had once stretched toward the horizon, forests of wooden derricks now pierced the sky, their angular silhouettes standing like sentinels against the winter light. The ceaseless rhythm of drilling engines filled the air, a mechanical heartbeat that had replaced the quiet cadence of agricultural life. Haroldson Lafayette Hunt Jr. stood at the edge of his first producing well, watching as crude oil flowed into the collection tank. At 32, he carried himself with the quiet intensity of a man who measured words like currency, spending only what was necessary. His hands, once softened by card-playing, had grown calloused from fieldwork, and his eyes held the calculating gaze of someone perpetually assessing risk and reward. "She's running steady at 200 barrels a day," said Clarence, the well supervisor Hunt had hired from Oklahoma. "Best producer we've got so far." Hunt nodded, satisfaction evident in the slight upward turn of his lips. "That's 20 wells now, if we count the ones coming online in Smackover." "Yes, sir. You want me to order more pipe for the next drill site?" "Double the order." Hunt's voice was soft but carried absolute certainty. "I've been looking at the geological reports from the independent boys we hired. There's more here than most people realize." El Dorado in 1921 was barely recognizable from the sleepy agricultural town it had been just months earlier. The Discovery Well had transformed it into a seething boomtown of 30,000 souls. Roughnecks, prostitutes, gamblers, preachers, and speculators, all drawn by the siren call of black gold. The main street was a river of mud after rain, a cloud of dust when dry, lined with hastily constructed wooden buildings housing saloons, despite prohibition, gambling halls, and hotels with hourly rates. Later that afternoon, Hunt sat in the makeshift office of Hunt Productions Company, a converted storefront with a roll-top desk and walls papered with land survey maps. The air smelled of pipe tobacco, though Hunt himself never smoked, and the gentle tick of a grandfather clock marked the passage of time. A banker from Little Rock sat across from him, examining production reports. "These figures are impressive, Mr. Hunt," the banker said, adjusting his spectacles. 20 producing wells in just over a year. Most operators would have flipped these leases for quick profit. Hunt leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady. "I'm not interested in quick profit, Mr. Calloway. I'm building something that lasts." "And you're seeking additional financing?" "A line of credit secured against verified production. We're reinvesting everything we earn, but I want capacity to move quickly when opportunities arise." The banker nodded slowly. "Your reputation for due diligence is becoming known. They say you hire independent geologists rather than relying on seller reports." A faint smile crossed Hunt's face. "Trust is expensive in this business." After the banker left with a provisional agreement, Hunt pulled out his pocket watch, a Hamilton he'd purchased with poker winnings years earlier. Nearly 5 o'clock. He had an appointment at the courthouse before it closed. The Union County Courthouse stood as an island of permanence amid the town's chaotic growth, its brick facade and columned entrance speaking to an order that predated the oil boom. Inside, Hunt moved with practiced efficiency through the records room, examining foreclosure notices and tax liens. The county clerk, a thin man with ink-stained fingers, approached. "Back again, Mr. Hunt? You spend more time here than some of my staff." Hunt looked up from the deed records he was studying. "The real story of a property is always in the paperwork, Mr. Simmons. People lie, documents don't." Looking at the Johnson tract again. "Among others, I'm particularly interested in sellers facing bank deadlines." The clerk lowered his voice. "The Wilson estate filed bankruptcy proceedings yesterday, 3 sections just west of your Smackover holdings." Hunt's expression remained neutral, but he made a mental note. "Is that so? Appreciate the information." Later that evening, in a small but well-appointed house Hunt maintained in El Dorado, he sat at a kitchen table covered with geological surveys, production reports, and land abstracts. A pot of coffee simmered on the stove, filling the room with its rich aroma. Outside, the sounds of the boomtown night piano music from a nearby speakeasy, the occasional shout, the constant rumble of trucks created a backdrop to his concentration. Jacob Miller, a geologist Hunt had hired away from a major oil company, spread a new survey map across the table. "These core samples from the Wilson property are promising. Same formation that's producing in your western wells." Hunt studied the map, tracing the line of a geological formation with his finger. "What's your probability assessment?" Miller, who appreciated Hunt's direct approach, didn't hesitate. 60% chance of commercial quantities. The structure is right, and the mud logs from the adjacent property showed oil traces. Hunt made a note in a leather-bound ledger. "And your estimate of initial flow rates?" "Conservative? 150 barrels per day per well, but could be double that if we hit right." Hunt nodded, making additional calculations in his precise handwriting. "I'll approach the bank tomorrow about their liens on the Wilson estate. They'll want cash, but I'll structure an offer with 40% down and the remainder from production." Miller looked impressed. "That's becoming your signature move." "Cash preservation is survival in this business," Hunt replied, pouring himself another cup of coffee. "I've seen too many operators go broke with producing wells because they couldn't service their debt." The following morning broke cold and clear. Hunt rose before dawn, a habit formed in childhood on his father's Illinois farm. He ate a simple breakfast of oatmeal and toast while reviewing the day's objectives in a small notebook. By 9, he was at First National Bank, meeting with the loan officer handling the Wilson estate. By 10, he had a preliminary agreement, $18,000 down, and the remainder of the purchase price to be paid from production over 3 years. By noon, he had telegraphed his attorney to prepare the necessary paperwork. At his field office near the Smackover Wells, Hunt met with his operations manager, a former wildcatter named Frank Thompson, who had impressed Hunt with his practical knowledge and uncompromising work ethic. "We need to be drilling on the Wilson tract within 30 days of closing," Hunt said, studying a production chart. "The bank's carrying costs are creating urgency we can leverage." Thompson nodded. "I've got 2 drilling crews finishing on the eastern leases next week. We can move them directly." "Good. And what about the mud reports from Well 14? Thompson handed over a clipboard with detailed notes. "Core samples show the same formation as 12 and 13, but with higher permeability. She's going to be a good producer." Hunt studied the reports carefully, his eyes lingering on the technical details that many operators ignored. "Increase the casing diameter. If the formation's that permeable, I want capacity for the flow." As spring arrived in 1922, Hunt's operation had grown significantly. 25 producing wells across El Dorado and Smackover generated steady cash flow that he methodically reinvested in additional leases, equipment, and technical expertise. His reputation in banking circles had solidified. What began as skepticism toward a former gambler had transformed into respect for his meticulous approach and consistent results. In a rare moment of relaxation, Hunt sat on the porch of his El Dorado home, listening to a phonograph playing a Jelly Roll Morton record. William Davis, a Dallas banker who had become both a financial partner and something approaching a friend, sat in the adjacent chair. "Your first 100,000 is within reach," Davis remarked, sipping bourbon from a crystal glass. Hunt drank only water. Most men would take some of it and live a little. Hunt watched the sunset painting the horizon in shades of orange and red. "Money is just a tool, Bill. I'm building something bigger than immediate comfort." "And what exactly are you building, HL?" Hunt was silent for a moment. Security first, then influence, then legacy. Davis chuckled. "Most men reverse that order." Most men fail. By late 1923, Hunt Productions Company had expanded to nearly 40 producing wells, and Hunt had begun implementing more sophisticated legal structures to protect his growing assets. He established separate corporations for different lease blocks, creating a labyrinth of entities that maximized tax advantages through depletion allowances. In his Dallas attorney's office, Hunt reviewed the latest corporate formation documents. The attorney, James Blackwood, had initially been skeptical of Hunt's complex vision, but had come to appreciate his client's strategic foresight. "These structures will save you thousands in federal taxes," Blackwood explained, pointing to specific provisions. "The depletion allowance essentially recognizes that oil is a wasting asset." Hunt nodded. "Every barrel we pump is one we can never replace. The tax code should reflect that reality." "Exactly. And by establishing these holding companies in the pattern we've outlined, you create additional layers of protection." Hunt signed the documents with his characteristically precise signature. "Protection is paramount. I've observed that fortunes disappear fastest through litigation and taxation." By early 1924, Hunt had achieved something remarkable. financial independence built on a foundation of producing assets rather than speculative gains. His net worth had surpassed $100,000, a fortune in an era when the average American family earned less than $1,500 annually. Yet his lifestyle remained largely unchanged. He still rose before dawn, still scrutinized mud reports and land records with the same intensity, still carried a brown bag lunch to his field operations. On a crisp March morning, Hunt stood with his field supervisor watching a new well come in at Smackover. The derrick towered 60 feet above them, and the ground trembled with the power of the petroleum finding its path to the surface. When the black crude finally erupted, spraying 20 feet into the air before the crew could cap it, a cheer went up from the roughnecks. The supervisor turned to Hunt, grinning broadly. "That's a gusher, Mr. Hunt. 2, maybe 300 barrels a day." Hunt watched the scene with quiet satisfaction, his mind already calculating flow rates, transportation costs, and market prices. But for just a moment, he allowed himself to feel the pure achievement, the vindication of his methods, his judgment, his discipline. "A good well," he acknowledged with characteristic understatement. "Let's make sure we manage the pressure properly. I don't want to lose a drop." As he walked back to his car, a modest Ford rather than the Packards and Cadillacs favored by flashier operators, Hunt mentally reviewed his expanding checklist of acquisition criteria. Properties within reasonable distance of his operational base, geological profiles with at least 50% probability of commercial production, and always, whenever possible, seller financing to preserve precious cash. The methods that had brought him from card tables to oil fields were crystallizing into a systematic approach, one that would, in time, build one of the great American fortunes. But in the spring of 1924, as he drove the muddy roads between his producing wells, H.L. Hunt was focused not on empire but on execution, the next well, the next lease, the next opportunity to convert judgment into value. In his pocket notebook, he wrote a simple entry for the day. Well number 37 came in strong. Began negotiations on the Peterson Tract. First phase complete. Next objective set. Below this, he added a single line that captured his emerging philosophy. The prepared mind makes its own luck. The autumn light slanted through dusty windows of the little office in Smackover, Arkansas. H.L. Hunt hunched over geological maps spread across a wooden desk that had seen better days. His fingers, thick and calloused from years that had transformed him from gambler to oilman, traced the contour lines of a prospective lease. 50 producing wells now, and each one a testament to something the college boys with their degrees couldn't quite grasp, intuition that lived in the bones. "Mr. Hunt, Thompson's here about that distressed property over in El Dorado," his secretary called from the outer office. Hunt nodded, not looking up from his maps. "Send him in, Miss Miller." Thompson was one of his landmen, not the most educated, but loyal to the bone. A former roughneck who'd lost 3 fingers to a drilling accident, he now spent his days sniffing out troubled operators, courthouse records, and landowners desperate to sell. "Found something good, H.L.," Thompson said, dropping into the chair opposite Hunt's desk. "McElroy's outfit. 3 producing wells, decent flow, but he's leveraged to the hilt after that last dry hole. Bank's about to call his note." Hunt leaned back, studying the man's weathered face. "What's he asking?" "40,000. Worth twice that if the production holds." Hunt's eyes narrowed. Offer him 5,000 down, balance from production over 3 years. Thompson grinned, revealing a gap where a molar used to be. Already floated the structure. He'll take 30 with those terms. Hunt nodded once. Do it. He pulled a checkbook from his drawer, wrote quickly, and tore out a page. Here's your 5%. Go close it tomorrow. This was the engine Hunt had built since 1925, a quiet machine for finding, evaluating, and acquiring oil-producing properties. The majors like Standard Oil chased grand plays. Hunt preferred the careful accumulation of proven producers, especially from operators who'd overextended. Every deal financed from production meant his equity remained undiluted. No partners to answer to, no bankers controlling his fate. Later that evening, Hunt drove his Ford sedan down a quiet road outside Shreveport, Louisiana. The border between Arkansas and Louisiana had become a well-worn path. His life divided between states, just as his heart now found itself divided between women. Frania Ty was waiting on the porch of the modest but well-kept house. At 32, she possessed a quiet beauty and sharp intelligence that had captivated Hunt from their first meeting. This was his secret life, begun just months earlier, a second family taking shape alongside his first with Lyda and their 6 children. The children are asleep, she said softly as he climbed the steps. I've kept your dinner warm. Inside, Hunt hung his hat on the rack by the door, surveying the home he'd established for this other life. Photographs of Frania stood on the mantelpiece, but none of himself, a precaution against discovery. Over a simple meal of roast chicken and potatoes, Frania updated him on the household affairs and their infant daughter. Hunt listened, the weight of his double life pressing into his shoulders like a physical thing. You seem troubled, Haroldson, Frania said, using his proper name as she always did. Hunt set down his fork, choosing his words carefully. Just business considerations. The portfolio keeps growing, 50 wells now. Each one needs watching. You've always said it's people that need watching more than wells. He smiled faintly. That's why I hire for loyalty first. Technical skills can be learned. Character comes baked in. Later, sitting on the porch in darkness broken only by scattered stars and the distant flare of a gas well burning excess production, Hunt confided more. The newspapers in Dallas are running another story on the gambling oil man. Makes it sound like I just got lucky. Frania's hand found his in the darkness. Does it matter what they write? Hunt was silent for a long moment. Not to the wells, not to the production, but a man's reputation becomes part of his legacy. And what do you want that legacy to be? Hunt stared into the darkness. That I built something lasting, not that I drew a lucky hand. The truth, as he knew but rarely articulated, lay somewhere between the competing narratives. The gambler's instincts for calculating odds, reading opponents, and knowing when to risk it all had served him well in oil. But he'd also developed genuine geological insight, where to drill, which formations might produce when a field was played out. It wasn't luck when your hit rate consistently outperformed your peers. Morning found Hunt back in Arkansas, pulling his car to a stop at a drilling site where one of his newer wells was being completed. The derrick stood stark against the sky, mud pumps churning as the crew worked the drill string. The tool pusher, Donovan, spotted Hunt and approached, wiping grimy hands on an even grimier rag. She's looking good, Mr. Hunt. Hit oil sand at 2,200 feet, just like you figured. Hunt nodded, surveying the operation with a critical eye. Donovan had started as a roughneck 5 years earlier, barely literate but with an instinctive understanding of drilling operations. Hunt had promoted him over college-trained engineers, recognizing the value of practical experience over theoretical knowledge. "Any problems with that new drilling mud formula?" Hunt asked. "Working better than the old one. Circulation's good, pressure's holding steady." "Keep at it. I want this well completed by next week." As Hunt turned to leave, Donovan cleared his throat. "Mr. Hunt, I've been meaning to ask about my cousin. He's looking for work, good hand with machinery." Hunt paused. "Send him by the office. Miss Miller will set up an interview." This was another piece of Hunt's method, a network built on relationships and reciprocity. A good worker recommended family. Hunt gave them a chance. Loyalty built loyalty. His organization remained lean but intensely personal. Each hire a link in a chain of obligation. The El Dorado courthouse was nearly empty when Hunt slipped in on a Tuesday afternoon. He nodded to the clerk, who knew him by sight, and made his way to the records room. This was a ritual he'd performed countless times since 1925, examining property transfers, tax assessments, and liens. Information was currency in the oil business, and Hunt believed in controlling as much of that currency as possible. He spent 2 hours meticulously copying details of recent transactions, looking for patterns that might indicate distress or opportunity. A series of small property sales by the Simmons family caught his eye, possibly raising cash to service debt. He made a note to have Thompson approach them about their remaining leases. As Hunt prepared to leave, he nearly collided with James Perkins, a representative from Gulf Oil One, of the majors always sniffing around the same territory. "Hunt," Perkins nodded curtly. "Doing a little detective work?" Hunt smiled thinly. "Just keeping up with public records, same as you." Perkins adjusted his expensive hat. "Heard you picked up the McElroy properties. Gulf might have been interested if we'd known they were available." "Information moves at different speeds for different people," Hunt replied evenly. The exchange illustrated the gulf between Hunt's operation and companies like Gulf Oil. The majors moved with corporate caution, committees and approvals and telegrams to distant headquarters. Hunt could make decisions over breakfast and sign papers by lunch. Back at his main office in El Dorado, Hunt reviewed the monthly production reports. Each well was tracked meticulously: initial production, decline rate, maintenance costs. He had installed a system that would have impressed any business school professor, despite his own limited formal education. His accountant, Morris, entered with ledgers tucked under one arm. "Monthly financials, Mr. Hunt. Production value is up 17% over last year, even with prices staying flat." Hunt nodded, accepting the books. "And the reinvestment schedule?" "As you directed. 80% of free cash flow goes back into acquisitions and drilling." This was the engine of Hunt's wealth-ruthless reinvestment. While others took profits to build mansions or buy yachts, Hunt plowed his returns back into the ground, compounding his holdings while living relatively modestly. "There's something else," Morris said hesitantly. "The bank in Shreveport called about the account you opened. They need additional documentation." Hunt's expression didn't change, but his voice cooled slightly. "Handle it. Use the corporate paperwork we discussed." Morris nodded and retreated. The separate account in Shreveport was for Frania's household, one of many partitions Hunt maintained between his parallel lives. That evening, in a private dining room at the Arlington Hotel in Hot Springs, Hunt met with 3 independent operators from Oklahoma. They were selling a package of leases, 12 producing wells with declining output, but still profitable at current prices. "Gentlemen, I've reviewed your proposal," Hunt said after the waiter had departed with their dinner orders. "The production profiles are solid, but your price assumes optimization that hasn't been achieved yet." The oldest of the three, Williams, leaned forward. "Those wells just need proper management. We've been running on a shoestring." "That's precisely my point," Hunt replied. "You're asking me to pay for results you haven't delivered. I'm offering $200,040 down and the balance from production over 4 years." Williams scoffed. "That's robbery. We're asking $350. "You're asking for the moon and expecting me to provide the latter," Hunt said mildly. $225 is my final offer, same terms." The men exchanged glances. They had come to Hunt because other potential buyers had offered even less, and with less favorable financing. "We need to discuss it," Williams said finally. Hunt nodded. "Take your time. Enjoy your steaks. I'll be in my office tomorrow until noon." As he walked back to his hotel room after dinner, Hunt reflected on the negotiation. He knew they would accept, not because his offer was generous, but because their alternatives were worse. It was the same philosophy that had guided him at the poker table years earlier. Understand your opponent's position better than they do themselves. In late October of 1929, Hunt was reviewing drilling reports when Miss Miller burst into his office, her usually composed demeanor fractured. "Mr. Hunt, the stock market, it's crashing in New York. They're saying it's a panic." Hunt looked up calmly. "How bad?" "The ticker can't keep up. Stocks down 30–40%. Margins calls everywhere. The papers are calling it a catastrophe." Hunt nodded slowly. "Get me Williams on the telephone and tell Thompson I need to see him immediately." As his secretary hurried out, Hunt returned to his geological maps, his expression betraying nothing of his inner calculations. Unlike many of his peers who had diverted oil profits into stock speculation, Hunt had remained focused on tangible assets, oil in the ground, producing wells, physical infrastructure. His exposure to Wall Street's paper fortunes was minimal. The crash would create opportunity for those with cash and courage. Distressed assets would multiply. Credit would vanish for weaker operators. The contrarian buyer's playbook Hunt had developed was about to find its perfect environment. When Thompson arrived 30 minutes later, Hunt was already marking maps with red circles. Potential acquisition targets likely to feel the liquidity squeeze first. "Thompson, I need you to watch these operators closely in the coming months," Hunt said, pushing the map across the desk. "Any sign of distress, any unusual selling, you let me know immediately." Thompson studied the names. "You think the crash will hit the oil patch hard?" "Like a sledgehammer," Hunt replied. "Money's about to get expensive for those who need to borrow. We don't." As Thompson left, Hunt turned to the window, watching the autumn leaves scatter in the wind. The crash would reshape the economic landscape, separating the merely fortunate from the truly prepared. Hunt had built his portfolio methodically since 1925, acquisition by acquisition, well by well, always with an eye toward surviving the inevitable downturns. He thought of Frania and their growing second family in Louisiana, of Lida and their children in Arkansas. The complex architecture of his life required stability and prosperity to maintain its separate chambers. The crash would test that structure, but Hunt felt prepared, not because he had predicted this specific calamity, but because he had always operated as if calamity were just around the corner. The telephone rang. It was Williams, voice tight with anxiety, accepting Hunt's offer for their Oklahoma properties. The price had suddenly become more attractive in a world where cash was king. Hunt allowed himself a small smile as he confirmed the terms. The cycle was beginning again, and he knew exactly how to play it. Buying when others were selling, expanding when others contracted, keeping his nerve when panic ruled the day. The crash of 1929 wasn't the end of an era, but merely another turn in the game he had mastered. The diesel engines of the Cadillac purred softly as Haroldson Lafayette Hunt Jr. leaned back in the leather seat. Through the window, he watched the rain-slicked streets of Dallas dissolve into the muddy roads of East Texas. November 1930 painted the landscape in shades of gray, barren trees reaching skyward like supplicants begging for better times. He touched the folder on the seat beside him, containing papers that would either break him or make him wealthier than he'd ever imagined. "Oil's a religion in these parts now," his driver murmured, navigating around a Model T stalled on the roadside, a family huddled miserably beside it. "East Texas is going mad since Joyner's strike." Hunt nodded, his expression unchanged. The name, Columbus Marion Dad. Joyner had occupied his thoughts for weeks. A 70-year-old wildcatter with a silver tongue who had just struck the biggest oil discovery in American history outside Kilgore. The Daisy Bradford No. 3 had come in barely a month earlier, and already the countryside was transforming, derricks sprouting like strange mechanical flowers. "Madness is opportunity," Hunt said quietly, "for those who can see it." The world was crumbling elsewhere, Black Tuesday's aftershock still reverberating through the economy. Banks failing by the dozens, breadlines growing in every city. But here, in this unlikely corner of Depression-era America, a new gold rush was erupting. Hunt had seen enough oil booms to recognize the pattern. Fortune followed by chaos, followed by ruin for most, and empire for the few. The car rolled into Kilgore, a town transformed. What had been a sleepy farming community now swarmed with humanity. Tents and hastily constructed wooden shacks lined the streets. Men in oil-stained clothes pushed past others in suits. Prostitutes called from doorways. Evangelists preached the end of days from upturned crates. The smell of mud, sweat, whiskey, and crude oil hung heavy in the air. "Mr. Joyner's at the hotel," the driver said, pointing to a 2-story building where a Confederate flag hung limply in the still air. Hunt straightened his tie. "And McIntyre?" "Waiting for you, sir." J.B. McIntyre, Joyner's lawyer, was the real reason Hunt was here. McIntyre had approached him weeks earlier, quietly suggesting that Joyner's position wasn't as secure as it appeared. The old wildcatter was drowning in debt, facing lawsuits from investors, and struggling to develop his leases. His triumph threatened to collapse under the weight of his obligations. The hotel lobby buzzed with the energy of men making and losing fortunes. Roughnecks with calloused hands stood beside city bankers whose soft palms had never known work. In a corner, Hunt spotted McIntyre, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses who rose when their eyes met. "Mr. Hunt," McIntyre said, extending his hand, "you're right on time." "I understand timing is everything in this situation," Hunt replied, shaking the offered hand. His grip was firm but not crushing. He'd learned long ago that power displayed was often power wasted. McIntyre led him to a private dining room at the back of the hotel. Maps covered the table survey documents showing Joyner's leases across Rusk County. Hunt's geologists had already confirmed what he suspected. The Daisy Bradford No. 3 wasn't just a lucky strike. It was the edge of what might be the largest oil field in America. "Dad's upstairs," McIntyre said, his voice low. "He's been drinking since noon. The vultures are circling. Standard Oil, Gulf Texas Company, all offering him pennies on the dollar." Hunt studied the maps, his finger tracing the contour lines that suggested the massive underground lake of oil. What does he want? He needs $30,000 immediately to keep his creditors at bay. "The rest," McIntyre shrugged. "He'll take payment from production. If there is production." Hunt's eyes revealed nothing, though his mind calculated rapidly. The true value of these leases could run into millions, perhaps tens of millions. But Joyner was drowning, and Hunt had positioned himself to be the only lifeline in reach. "I'd like to see him now," Hunt said. Upstairs, Columbus Marion Joyner sat slumped in an armchair, looking every day of his 70 years. Once the picture of frontier vitality, he now seemed diminished, a man crushed under the weight of his own success. His rheumy eyes fixed on Hunt as McIntyre made the introductions. "So you're the Arkansas man," Joyner said, his voice surprisingly strong. "Come to pick over what's left of me." Hunt took a seat opposite him. "I've come to make a fair offer on leases you can't develop yourself." Joyner gave a bitter laugh. "Fair? Nothing's fair in oil. I drilled 300 dry holes before I hit at Daisy Bradford. 300. Do you know what that costs a man? Not just in money, but in soul." "I know something of persistence," Hunt replied evenly. "I respect what you've accomplished, but respect doesn't develop leases." For the next hour, they negotiated terms. Hunt would pay $30,000 immediately, enough to satisfy Joyner's most pressing debts. The balance of approximately $1.335 million would come from production as the wells came in. It was, on paper, a generous offer to a desperate man. In reality, Hunt knew, it was the bargain of a lifetime. By evening, papers were signed. Joyner, temporarily relieved of his financial burdens, celebrated with whiskey. Hunt, who neither drank nor smoked, excused himself and returned to his car. "Take me to the Daisy Bradford," he told his driver. Night had fallen by the time they arrived at the well site. Floodlights illuminated the derrick, which stood like a monument against the starless sky. Crude oil, black as sin, flowed into storage tanks. Men worked around the clock, the drilling never ceasing, the hunger for oil insatiable. Hunt stood in the shadows, watching. This was just the beginning. He had learned through experience the value of vertical integration, controlling not just production, but transportation, storage, refining. Already his mind sketched the infrastructure he would build, gathering lines to collect the crude, storage tanks to hold it when prices fell, relationships with refineries to ensure he always had buyers. "Beautiful, isn't it?" a voice said beside him. Hunt turned to find McIntyre, who had followed him to the site. "I didn't take you for a romantic counselor," Hunt replied. McIntyre smiled thinly. "Not romantic, practical. Dad Joyner is a dreamer. You're something else entirely." Hunt watched the black gold flow. What would that be? A man who buys facts, not opinions. McIntyre gestured toward the derrick. Everyone knew there was no oil in East Texas. The big company's geologists said so. But you looked at the cores, the samples, the actual evidence. Hunt nodded slightly. It was true. While others had dismissed Joyner as a fool or a fraud, Hunt had sent his own geologists to analyze the strike. Their conclusion, the East Texas field, wasn't just real. It was potentially enormous, stretching across multiple counties. A man can go broke believing what everyone knows to be true, Hunt said. By dawn the next day, Hunt was already organizing his operation. He established an office in Kilgore and began hiring roughnecks, geologists, scouts, landmen. He secured additional leases surrounding Joyner's holdings, piecing together a contiguous block that would allow efficient development. The weeks that followed brought both vindication and crisis. New wells confirmed the field's massive extent, but success bred its own problems. As more producers rushed in, oil prices began to collapse. By mid-1931, crude that had sold for over $1 per barrel was fetching as little as 10 cents, less than the cost to produce it. In his Spartan office, Hunt studied the production reports with growing concern. The wells were prolific, some flowing at 5,000 barrels per day, but at current prices the economics were disastrous. "We could be going broke while making more oil than anyone in America," his production manager observed grimly. Hunt leaned back in his chair. "We need storage. Buy every tank you can find. Build more." "Storage costs money we're not making," the manager protested. "This price collapse is temporary," Hunt replied. His years as a gambler had taught him to think beyond immediate results, to see the longer game. The market will correct, either through producer bankruptcy or government intervention. Our job is to survive until it does. He was proven right. By August 1931, the situation had grown so dire that Texas Governor Ross Sterling declared martial law in the East Texas field. National Guard troops arrived to shut down wells, trying to stop the flood of oil that was destroying prices. The spectacle was surreal. American soldiers with fixed bayonets stationed at oil derricks, enforcing production quotas in the heart of free enterprise Texas. Hunt, unlike many independents, supported the proration measures. He understood that unrestricted production would ruin everyone. His refineries were now paying between 65 cents and $1 per barrel, a price that allowed comfortable margins with his finding costs around 10 cents and lifting costs near 5 cents per barrel. By 1932, the operation had generated its first $1 million in net profit, and Hunt knew this was just the beginning. In a field that would ultimately yield over 5 billion barrels of oil, his early position would produce cash flow measured in the hundreds of millions over the lifetime of the field. The transformation in Hunt's circumstances was remarkable but invisible to casual observers. He maintained his modest habits, rising before dawn, eating simple foods, working long hours. The only luxury he permitted himself was a new home in Dallas, where Lyda and their children could live in comfort. On a cold December evening in 1932, Hunt sat in his office reviewing the year's accounts. Outside, the country remained mired in depression. Unemployment had reached 25%. Hoovervilles dotted the urban landscape. Farmers watched helplessly as dust storms devoured their topsoil. Herbert Hoover had just lost the presidency to Franklin Roosevelt, who promised a New Deal for the American people. But in Hunt's ledgers, a different story unfolded. Production was stable, prices were recovering, and his cash position was stronger than ever. He had not only survived the initial chaos of the East Texas boom, he had emerged as one of its dominant players. A knock at the door interrupted his calculations. It was McIntyre, their paths continuing to cross in the small world of East Texas oil. "I thought you'd want to know," McIntyre said without preamble. Dad Joyner's broke again. Hunt looked up, unsurprised. Gambling? McIntyre nodded. And wild investments. The money you paid him, it's gone. He's drilling again out west, chasing another dream. Hunt closed his ledger. He felt no pleasure in Joyner's misfortune, no vindication in being proven right about the old wildcatter's character. If anything, Joyner had been a valuable teacher, showing Hunt precisely what not to become. A man who couldn't stop rolling the dice even after hitting the jackpot. Will he come around looking for more money? Hunt asked. Eventually, he always does. After McIntyre left, Hunt stood at his window, looking out at the forest of derricks that now covered the landscape. In just 2 years, East Texas had transformed from farmland to industrial complex. Towns like Kilgore had exploded. Where cotton once grew, oil now flowed. The world had changed. Hunt had changed with it. No longer merely prosperous, he was now genuinely wealthy. But more importantly, he had crystallized his approach to building that wealth. Direct ownership of producing assets, private holdings rather than public equities, vertical integration to capture margin at multiple points, and an almost religious devotion to buying based on verified facts rather than market sentiment. As he watched the lights of the derricks blinking in the distance, Hunt understood that he had crossed a threshold. The East Texas field would become the engine of an empire, not merely a fortune, but a dynasty. All because he had seen value where others saw only risk, had moved when others hesitated, had bought when a seller had to sell. Outside, America shivered in the grip of its greatest economic catastrophe. But here, in this unlikely corner of Texas, a new industrial heartland pulsed with activity, pumping wealth from the ground. For a man who had spent his life developing an edge in cards, in cotton, in crude, it was the ultimate vindication of his method. The rain began again, drumming against the window. Hunt gathered his papers, turned off his desk lamp, and headed for home. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities. The game never stopped, only the stakes changed. And the stakes, he reflected as he stepped into the wet night, had never been higher. The weight of the world seemed to press against the windows of Haroldson Lafayette Hunt's modest Dallas office that autumn morning of 1934. Outside, the Texas sky stretched vast and blue, mocking the grave reality that had descended upon the oil fields. Hunt sat alone at his desk, papers spread before him like the wreckage of a battlefield, columns of numbers all telling the same grim story. 10 cents a barrel. The price of crude oil had collapsed to a mere dime, down from over $1 just months before. The industry was drowning in its own abundance, victims of the greatest oil discovery in American history, the East Texas field, and the unbridled production that followed. Hunt's fingers traced the figures on the latest report. His empire, built with such calculation and care since acquiring Dad Joyner's leases in 1930, now hemorrhaged cash with each passing day. The very wells that had made him wealthy now threatened to unmake him entirely. "Mr. Hunt?" His secretary appeared at the doorway. "Mr. Murchison is here to see you." Hunt nodded, straightening his posture slightly but leaving his suit jacket hung over the chair. Clint Murchison Sr., another Texas oil man navigating the same treacherous waters, entered with the confident stride that belied the industry's distress. "H.L.," Murchison said, settling into the chair opposite Hunt's desk without invitation. "Thought I might find you counting your troubles instead of your money." "Just counting barrels we can't sell," Hunt replied, his voice carrying its usual measured cadence, or rather can't sell at a price worth pumping for. Murchison's eyes scanned the papers on Hunt's desk. I hear Continental's calling in notes across the board. First National, too. Hunt's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. The banks had indeed begun circling, nervous about loans secured by oil reserves now valued at pennies on the dollar. His cash flow had plunged to a trickle, insufficient to service the debts that had funded his expansion. "They're calling," Hunt confirmed, "and I've got creditors lined up like mourners at a funeral." Through the window, he could see the streets of Depression-era Dallas. Men in worn suits still wearing their dignity like armor, women in practical dresses hurrying along with parcels clutched tight. The nation suffered, but oil country suffered uniquely, drowning in its own abundance. "I've considered walking away," Hunt said quietly, the admission painful on his tongue. "Start fresh somewhere else, somewhere without crude bubbling up like water." Murchison raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. H.L. Hunt, considering surrender was like hearing the sun might not rise tomorrow. "And miss the recovery?" Murchison asked. Hunt's eyes narrowed. "What recovery, Clint? The price keeps falling. There's no bottom in sight." "There's always a bottom," Murchison replied. "The question is whether you're still standing when we hit it." That evening, Hunt drove himself home in his modest sedan, passing the more ostentatious vehicles of lesser men who'd borrowed against optimism. The radio played a Glenn Miller tune, the smooth swing music contrasting with the jagged thoughts in Hunt's mind. At his home, he declined dinner and retreated to his study. The lamp cast a warm glow over his well-worn copy of Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Hunt had never attended college, had barely finished elementary school, but he'd educated himself rigorously in the mechanics of markets and money. His hands reached for pencil and paper instead of the book. Hunt began to sketch a new strategy, not capitulation but adaptation. If he couldn't fight the flood, he would learn to navigate it. The next morning found Hunt at First National Bank, sitting across from Walter Jenkins, the loan officer who held significant power over Hunt's immediate future. "The terms are straightforward, Mr. Hunt," Jenkins said, his voice carrying the practiced neutrality of a man who had delivered both salvation and ruin across his mahogany desk. "We'll extend your notes, but we require additional security. The current value of your reserves doesn't support the outstanding balance." Hunt nodded, unsurprised. "I'm prepared to pledge future production at recovery prices, not today's distressed levels." Jenkins frowned. "That's speculative at best, Mr. Hunt. The board requires tangible assets." "What's tangible is the oil, Mr. Jenkins. It doesn't vanish because the price drops." Hunt leaned forward slightly. "Roosevelt's people are already drafting legislation. The Connolly Hot Oil Act will pass, mark my words. When it does, illegal production stops and prices stabilize." "You support federal intervention?" Jenkins seemed genuinely surprised. "I was under the impression you favored free markets." A ghost of a smile touched Hunt's lips. "I favor survival, Mr. Jenkins. When the ship is sinking, I won't reject a life vest because I disagree with its color." By late afternoon, Hunt had secured the extensions he needed, not on ideal terms, but terms he could live with. The loans were restructured against future production, a bet that the market would indeed recover. As autumn deepened into winter, Hunt made a decision that ran counter to his instincts, but aligned with his pragmatism. He publicly supported the Connolly Hot Oil Act, and the Texas Railroad Commission's proration system quotas, limiting how much each operator could produce, designed to match production with actual demand. At a meeting of independent producers in a smoke-filled room at the Adolphus Hotel in Dallas, Hunt rose to address his peers. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice carrying the soft Arkansas accent that decades in Texas had never quite erased, "I've been called many things, but never a friend of government regulation." A ripple of knowing laughter moved through the room. "But we face extinction if we continue as we are. 10-cent oil doesn't keep wells operating, doesn't pay roughnecks, doesn't satisfy bankers." Hunt's eyes moved deliberately around the room. "The Connolly Act isn't perfect, but it gives us breathing room. Proration gives us order instead of chaos." Later, as the gathering broke into smaller conversations over whiskey, Hunt himself drinking only water, a younger producer approached him. "Mr. Hunt," the man said, "some are saying you've changed your principles." Hunt regarded him steadily. "Young man, principles that don't bend break, and broken principles help no one." By early 1935, the strategy began to bear fruit. The Connolly Act had criminalized hot oil, petroleum produced in excess of state quotas and transported across state lines. The Texas Rangers and federal agents enforced the new rules with surprising vigor, shutting down midnight pipelines and seizing illegal shipments. Prices began a slow climb upward, 20 cents, 40 cents, eventually approaching $1 a barrel again. Hunt's cash flow stabilized, then strengthened. The immediate crisis passed, but it left an indelible mark on his approach to the business. In his office one spring morning, Hunt unfolded a map of the United States across his desk. With a red pencil, he began marking potential drilling sites across multiple states: Louisiana, New Mexico, Arkansas, Oklahoma. His assistant, a young man named Porter who'd started as a roughneck and shown uncommon intelligence, watched curiously. "Sir, are we abandoning East Texas?" he asked. Hunt shook his head. "Not abandoning, supplementing. The lesson of 34 wasn't just about prices, Porter. It was about concentration of risk." He tapped the map. One field, one basin, one state. That's vulnerability. We need to spread our assets. Different reservoirs, different regulatory environments. Porter nodded slowly. "And storage? I noticed the construction orders." "Precisely," Hunt affirmed. "We need capacity to hold production when prices are low, sell when they recover. The man who can wait makes the rules of the transaction." Throughout 1935 and into 1936, Hunt methodically restructured his operations. He built storage facilities, diversified his geological portfolio, and most significantly, created formal corporate structures for his growing empire. On a crisp autumn day in 1936, Hunt sat with his attorneys in a wood-paneled conference room, signing the documents that would create Hunt Oil Company and Placid Oil Company private C corporations that would hold his various assets. "These structures accomplish several objectives, Mr. Hunt," explained Charles Morrison, his lead attorney. "Limited liability, of course, but more importantly, they shield the details of your operations from public scrutiny. No SEC filings, no shareholder reports." Hunt nodded approvingly as he signed the final documents. "The less the world knows about our business, the better our business will be." "There is the matter of succession planning," Morrison ventured carefully. Hunt's pen paused momentarily above the paper. His family life was complicated, a fact known to few. "For now," he simply said, "that's a discussion for another day, Charles." By 1937, with oil prices stabilized around $1 a barrel, Hunt had not merely survived the crisis, but had emerged stronger. His companies operated with military precision, each decision filtered through the lens of commodity risk management. At an industry gathering in Houston, Hunt found himself sharing a private corner of the bar with Clint Murchison once again. The two men were not friends in the conventional sense, but they shared a grudging respect forged in the crucible of the industry's worst days. "I hear you've been buying storage tanks like they're going out of style," Murchison commented, nursing a bourbon. Hunt sipped his water. "Insurance policies, Clint, cheaper than the premiums the banks charge when prices collapse." Murchison chuckled. "Never thought I'd see H.L. Hunt acting like a cautious man." "Not caution," Hunt corrected. "Calculation. The Texas Railroad Commission sets new quotas every month. A man who understands the formula can position himself accordingly." Indeed, Hunt had become a master of the regulatory environment. The Commission's proration system actually favored larger leaseholders in its allocation formula, a fact Hunt exploited not through corruption but through meticulous attention to the rules and judicious lobbying. By late 1938, as darkness gathered across Europe and Hitler's ambitions cast long shadows, the American oil industry had stabilized into a new normal. The worst of the Depression had eased, though full recovery remained elusive. Unemployment still hovered above 15% nationwide, but the freefall had stopped. In Hunt's private office, Porter entered with the latest financial summary, a document prepared monthly and seen by only Hunt himself. "The consolidated statement, sir," Porter said, placing the leather-bound folder on the desk. Hunt opened it, scanned the bottom line, and allowed himself a brief nod of satisfaction. The number had crossed a significant threshold, $10 million in net worth. From gambler to wildcatter to oil magnate, the journey had been remarkable, but Hunt knew better than most how quickly fortunes could reverse. "Porter," he said, closing the folder, "schedule meetings with the geological team next week. I want to review every prospect in the portfolio." "Yes, sir. Any particular focus?" Hunt gazed out the window at the Dallas skyline, still modest by later standards, but growing despite the economic headwinds. "Everything," Hunt replied, "but especially the deep prospects everyone else thinks are too expensive to drill. When prices rise again, and they will, those become valuable first." As 1939 dawned, Hunt's organization had evolved into a formidable machine, vertically integrated where necessary, diversified across geographies, and structured to maximize both tax efficiency and privacy. The companies employed hundreds directly and supported thousands more indirectly through service contracts and supply arrangements. Yet Hunt himself remained largely unchanged in his personal habits. He still rose before dawn, ate sparingly, avoided alcohol and tobacco, and drove himself in modest vehicles. His offices were functional rather than ostentatious, his clothing well-made but unremarkable. On a warm spring evening, as news of Hitler's invasion of Czechoslovakia crackled over the radio, Hunt sat on the porch of his Dallas home. The world was changing, tensions rising, and with them, the strategic importance of oil. He understood, perhaps better than most, that the coming conflict, and he had no doubt conflict was coming, would be fought with petroleum as much as with bullets. American oil would fuel the engines of war, and demand would soar. Prices would follow. But Hunt had learned not to build strategies on predictions alone. The future remained as unknowable as the exact structure of the geological formations thousands of feet below the Earth's surface. One could study, theorize, and calculate, but ultimately one drilled and discovered the truth only by testing it. As darkness fell, Hunt returned to his study and pulled out a fresh sheet of paper. At the top he wrote simply, "Principles of Survival." Below, he began to outline the lessons of the past 5 years, the near-death experience of the price collapse, the recovery through adaptation, and the structures built to weather the next storm, whatever form it might take. The first principle, he wrote, was the most fundamental. Commodity risk exceeds operational risk. The price of oil, he had learned, was a more potent threat than any mechanical failure, any dry hole, any operational challenge. One could engineer solutions to operational problems, but price movements recognized no master. The second principle followed naturally, diversification across basins and jurisdictions. No single field, no single state's regulatory environment should determine the company's fate. The third principle completed the framework. Private ownership ensures freedom of action. Public shareholders, he believed, were a luxury he could not afford. They demanded quarterly results when the horizon of oil development spanned years or decades. As September 1939 brought the official outbreak of war in Europe with Germany's invasion of Poland, Hunt watched the news with the calculated interest of a man who understood the global implications, but remained focused on his immediate sphere of influence. Oil prices firmed slightly on the news, though America's official neutrality tempered any dramatic surge. In the quiet of his office, as autumn leaves began to fall outside his window, Hunt reviewed a proposed drilling program for 1940. The plans were ambitious but measured, reflecting the hard-won wisdom of a man who had nearly lost everything and had rebuilt with deliberate care. He initialed each page methodically, authorizing expenditures that would shape the company's future. The lessons of 1934 had been absorbed fully into the corporate DNA. Never again would H.L. Hunt place himself at the mercy of a single market swing, a single regulatory decision, a single geological formation. The survivor had become the strategist, and the chess pieces were positioned across multiple boards, ready for whatever moves the future might demand. The amber glow of morning crept through the Venetian blinds of the Dallas office, casting tiger-striped shadows across H.L. Hunt's immaculate desk. He had been there since 4:30 a.m., as was his custom, reviewing geological surveys from the latest West Texas prospects. The war had changed everything and nothing. Oil was now more precious than ever, a strategic resource fueling bombers over Europe and battleships in the Pacific. For Hunt, this merely confirmed what he had always known. Whoever controlled the black gold controlled the future. He sipped water, never coffee, and reviewed the production figures from his expanding operations. The maps on his wall told the story of a carefully constructed empire. Red pins marking his original Arkansas holdings, clusters in East Texas that had built his fortune, and now the promising new fields spreading across the Permian Basin and down to the Gulf Coast. "Mr. Hunt," his secretary announced from the doorway, "Mr. Williamson is here." Percy P.J. Williamson entered, a leather portfolio tucked under his arm, his face weathered from years evaluating drilling sites across the Southwest. Hunt trusted the geologist's judgment almost as much as his own, which was saying something. "The Andrews County samples look promising," Williamson said, spreading core samples across the polished oak. 2,000 feet down, we're hitting the same formation that's producing 20 miles east. Hunt examined the samples with practiced eyes, rubbing the rock between his fingers, bringing it to his nose. After decades in the business, he could almost smell potential. "How much acreage can we lock up by the end of the month?" Hunt asked. 5,000 if we move quickly. Shell's sniffing around, but they're still focused on their Louisiana operations. Hunt nodded, making rapid calculations. The war had created shortages in steel pipe, drilling equipment, and experienced labor. But these constraints affected everyone. The difference was that Hunt operated with his own money, making decisions in hours that took committees at major oil companies weeks. "Secure the leases," he said. "I'll wire the funds this afternoon." Williamson nodded, knowing that millions would move with that simple instruction. No board meetings, no financing contingencies, just Hunt's intuition and private capital. "There's something else," Williamson said, his voice dropping slightly. "Might be a good time to consider building that pipeline connection to the Gulf. With the War Production Board prioritizing east-west transport, we could make a case for a north-south connector as critical infrastructure." Hunt stroked his chin, considering the strategic implications. Producing oil was only part of the equation. Transporting it, storing it, refining it. These were the steps that transformed crude into cash. The majors had understood this for decades. Hunt had been expanding vertically since the late 30s, and now, with wartime priorities reshaping the industry, there were openings for those who could navigate the bureaucracy. "Have Rogers draw up the proposal," Hunt replied. "Frame it as relieving pressure on the rail system. We'll need the right Washington connections to push it through." As Williamson departed, Hunt turned to the window, gazing at the Dallas skyline. His hometown since 1938, the city had become his base of operations, though he maintained minimal staff and overhead. Hunt's operations were deliberately structured to maximize both control and tax advantages. A labyrinth of personal holdings and private companies, with Delaware entities when anonymity was required, all leveraging the oil depletion allowance to minimize the tax burden on his growing wealth. The telephone interrupted his thoughts, his lawyer calling from Houston. "We've reached an agreement with Mrs. Ty," the attorney said without preamble. "The settlement is substantial but manageable. Most importantly, she's agreed to complete confidentiality." Hunt betrayed no emotion, though this news ended months of legal maneuvering. In February, his relationship with Frania Ty had become public, a relationship that had produced 4 children while he remained legally married to Lyda. The revelation threatened both his reputation and, potentially, his business relationships in an era when such scandals could destroy even the wealthy. "The press," Hunt asked, "contained. There'll be some mentions in the society pages, but nothing substantive. The editors understand the situation." Hunt nodded, though no one could see. "Proceed with the paperwork." It wasn't the first time Hunt's private life had required legal intervention, nor would it be the last. He compartmentalized rigidly: business, family, politics, health, each sphere operating with its own rules and personnel. By 1943, even as the Frania Ty situation was being legally settled, Hunt had begun a relationship with a young secretary named Ruth Ray, who would eventually bear him another 4 children, bringing the total to 14 from 3 separate relationships. Such complexity required structure and routine. Hunt believed fervently in physical discipline as the foundation for everything else. He rose before dawn, ate sparingly according to his own nutritional theories, and abstained completely from alcohol and tobacco. His lifestyle became a personal doctrine, one he would eventually publish as Hunt for Health in 1946, a manifesto advocating rigorous dietary restrictions, limited meat consumption, and natural remedies decades before such ideas entered the mainstream. The summer of 1945 found Hunt driving his modest Chevrolet along Texas Highway 73, heading toward Port Arthur, where he was expanding refinery operations. Though he could have afforded a chauffeur-driven Cadillac, such ostentation violated his core principles. Thrift wasn't merely a habit from leaner years. It was a moral position, one he increasingly saw as central to American character. The war was ending. News of Germany's surrender had come in May, and now, with Japan reeling from conventional bombing, peace seemed inevitable. For the oil industry, this meant a coming transition from military production to civilian consumption. Hunt had been positioning his operations accordingly. Paul Regorodsky met him at the refinery site, blueprints rolled under his arm. The Russian émigré had become a trusted advisor, not just in business matters, but in Hunt's growing interest in anti-communist causes. Regorodsky's personal history, escaping the Bolsheviks in 1920, gave him credibility that Hunt respected. "The conversion plan looks sound," Regorodsky said, spreading the blueprints across the hood of Hunt's car. 6 months to retool for higher gasoline output once restrictions lift. Hunt studied the plans. The economics were compelling. Wartime had required maximum aviation fuel and lubricants. Peacetime would demand gasoline for the millions of cars Americans would buy once production resumed. Those who could transition fastest would capture market share. "And your other matter?" Hunt asked quietly. Regorodsky glanced around, though they stood alone in the Texas heat. "I've established contact with several groups in Washington. Former intelligence officers, some State Department people concerned about Soviet intentions in Europe. They're organizing educational initiatives." Hunt nodded slowly. The alliance with Stalin had been pragmatic, not ideological. With victory imminent, the true battle between free enterprise and collectivism would resume. Hunt saw this struggle not merely as political but spiritual, a contest between self-reliance and dependency. "I'm prepared to provide support," Hunt said, discreetly, for now. This conversation marked the beginning of Hunt's evolution from businessman to ideologue. While his anti-communist views had been forming for years, the post-war era would see him channel millions into political education efforts, broadcasting, and eventually direct political influence. Yet even as his wealth and ambition expanded, Hunt maintained his peculiar habits. That evening, staying at a modest hotel rather than the luxury accommodations his fortune could command, he dined alone on his specially prepared foods, carried in a paper bag by his secretary. The hotel staff had been instructed not to disturb him after 8 p.m. Early to bed, early to rise, Hunt's regimen was inviolable. The winter of 1947 brought Hunt back to East Texas, the region that had made him one of America's wealthiest men. The pine forests were dusted with rare snow as his car wound through the back roads toward one of his original producing fields. These visits were part practical inspection, part pilgrimage reminders of the foundation upon which his expanding empire rested. A young geologist, barely 30, waited by the pumping units, shivering slightly in the unusual cold. "Production's holding steady, Mr. Hunt," the man reported. Decline curves are right where we projected 5 years ago. Hunt walked the field in silence, his breath fogging in the cold air. The rhythmic nodding of the pump jacks, the grasshoppers as Roughnecks called them, created a mechanical symphony that pleased him more than any orchestra. Each stroke represented cash flow, predictable and persistent. "Water cut?" Hunt asked. 17%, up 2 points from last quarter. Nothing concerning. Hunt nodded, making mental calculations. These mature fields were annuities, their production decline predictable enough to model decades forward. The real action now was in the newer fields, the Andrews County wells in West Texas, the promising Gulf Coast discoveries, and the Louisiana operations that were pushing increasingly offshore. "We need to start planning for secondary recovery," Hunt said. "Water injection to maintain pressure. I want a full engineering report by March." This was Hunt's management style. Direct, technical, focused on extending production life and maximizing recovery. He had no interest in corporate bureaucracy or the trappings of executive life that his contemporaries at major oil companies embraced. His headquarters remained modest, his staff small, his decision-making centralized. Later that evening, seated in the small office behind his Dallas home on White Rock Lake, Hunt reviewed correspondence with his personal secretary. Among the letters was a thick packet advance copies of his book, Hunt for Health, set for publication the following month. He leafed through the pages with quiet satisfaction. The book outlined his personal health philosophy: minimal meat consumption, natural foods, fasting periods, and a complete rejection of stimulants like coffee, alcohol, and tobacco. Though he never used the term, much of what Hunt advocated would later be called holistic medicine, the idea that diet, exercise, and mental attitude were interconnected determinants of well-being. "Make sure copies go to all the field offices," Hunt instructed, "and to the major newspapers for review." The secretary nodded, though both knew the book would likely be dismissed as the eccentric musings of an oil tycoon. What doctors in 1947 would take seriously a businessman's theories about nutrition? But Hunt was accustomed to being ahead of his time, whether in geology, business structure, or personal health. By 1949, as the decade drew to a close, Hunt had consolidated his position among America's business elite. Though he rejected the public attention that peers like Howard Hughes courted, his empire now stretched across multiple states, with diversified operations in production, transportation, and refining. Yet his personal habits remained unchanged: the same early rising, austere diet and methodical work patterns that had defined him for decades. The Cold War was intensifying. The Soviet blockade of Berlin, the communist victory in China, and the first Soviet atomic test had confirmed Hunt's darkest fears about the global struggle between freedom and collectivism. His financial support for anti-communist causes had grown accordingly, with Paul Regarodsky facilitating connections to an expanding network of like-minded industrialists, former intelligence officials, and conservative political figures. On a crisp autumn morning, Hunt sat in his study reviewing financial statements from his various operations. The post-war boom had been kind to the oil business, with automobile ownership exploding and petrochemical applications multiplying. His personal wealth had grown to the point where precise accounting was nearly impossible. Hundreds of millions in assets, spread across scores of entities, generating income that compounded faster than he could possibly spend it. A knock at the door interrupted his review. "Mr. Hunt," "Your son is here," his housekeeper announced. Lamar Hunt, 15 years old, entered the study. The son of Hunt and Ruth Ray, he represented the third family that Hunt maintained, a situation that, while legally resolved through trusts and settlements, remained socially complex in the conservative post-war era. "Dad, I've been thinking about college," Lamar said, standing somewhat stiffly before the desk. The relationship between Hunt and his children was formal by modern standards, reflecting both the era and Hunt's own reserved personality. "SMU has a good business program," Hunt replied, setting aside his papers. "Or Texas, if you prefer Austin. I was thinking about the East, maybe Yale or Princeton." Hunt considered this. His own education had ended before high school, a fact he sometimes regretted even as he discounted the practical value of formal schooling. His success had come from experience, instinct, and self-education, reading geology textbooks by kerosene lamp in Arkansas oil fields, studying financial statements until the numbers revealed patterns invisible to others. "Why the East?" he asked. "Connections," Lamar said simply, "and their economics departments are the best." Hunt nodded slowly. The boy showed promise, practical, strategic thinking that looked beyond the immediate horizon. The question of succession had been increasingly on Hunt's mind as his empire grew more complex and his children approached adulthood. His oldest sons from his first marriage were already involved in the business, but the structure remained essentially patriarchal, with Hunt making all significant decisions. "We'll discuss it," Hunt said finally. "Have your grades ready when we do." As Lamar left, Hunt returned to his papers, but his mind remained on the question of legacy. He had built an empire without a blueprint for succession. There was no family constitution, no clear path for transferring control across the different branches of his unusually complex family tree. The 14 children from 3 relationships would eventually require a formal structure for managing their shared inheritance. But Hunt, like many self-made men, resisted ceding control while he remained able to direct operations. It was, perhaps, the one area where his legendary foresight failed him. The man who could project oil field production curves decades forward and who had navigated the industry's evolution from wildcatting to vertical integration had not created a governance system scaled to the complexity of his personal circumstances. This governance gap would eventually lead to succession challenges that even his immense wealth couldn't prevent. But on that autumn day in 1949, such concerns seemed distant. The empire was still expanding, with new fields being developed, pipeline networks extending, and refining capacity growing. The Hunt fortune, built from a cotton farm boy's determination and a gambler's calculated risk-taking, had become one of America's great business success stories, a testament to what disciplined ambition could achieve in a nation remaking itself as the dominant global power in the aftermath of history's most destructive war. The wealth announced itself with newsprint and photographs, stark black and white, that reduced a man's life to numbers that seemed unreal to most Americans. Fortune magazine's 1951 profile called Haroldson Lafayette Hunt, Jr., the richest man in America, a title that made him shift uncomfortably in his worn office chair. Outside, Dallas hummed with post-war prosperity, but inside his modest office, H.L. Hunt merely frowned at the article. "Don't they have anything better to write about?" he muttered, folding the magazine and setting it aside. He wore a simple suit, neither new nor old, just functional. His thinning hair was combed neatly across his scalp. his expression neutral yet calculating. The room contained nothing that suggested immense wealth. No mahogany desk, no expensive art, just practical furnishings that might belong to any middle management executive. Hunt reached for the brown paper bag containing his lunch, a sandwich his wife had prepared that morning, an apple, and a thermos of water. Simple food for a simple man, or so he wanted the world to believe. The contradiction between public perception and private reality amused him. They called him an eccentric recluse, while he saw himself as merely a practical Texas oil man who understood the virtue of discretion. The intercom buzzed. "Your 2 o'clock is here, Mr. Hunt." "Send him in," Hunt replied, tucking away his lunch for later. The visitor was Paul Talley, the producer of Hunt's growing media operation, Fax Forum. Talley was a polished man in his 40s, with the confident manner of someone who understood the power of broadcast. "The latest ratings are strong, Mr. Hunt," Talley said, laying out documents on the desk. "We're now on over 300 radio stations, and the television program is picking up affiliates weekly." Hunt nodded, studying the figures with the same attention he gave geological surveys. Fax Forum had become his instrument for promoting what he considered American values: anti-communism, limited government, free enterprise. Critics called it propaganda. Hunt called it education. "What about that McCarthy business?" Hunt asked quietly. Talley hesitated. "Senator McCarthy continues to appreciate your support. The committee hearings are generating significant public interest." What remained unspoken was the amount, somewhere between $150,000 and $200,000, flowing from Hunt to support McCarthy's investigations. Not an enormous sum for a man of Hunt's wealth, but significant enough to matter in Washington. And the IRS? Hunt's voice remained even, betraying nothing. "They're still reviewing our 501c3 status," Talley admitted. "There are concerns about whether Fax Forum qualifies as educational rather than political." Hunt's eyes narrowed slightly. "Education about the communist threat is precisely what this country needs. The distinction they're making is artificial." "Nevertheless," Talley continued carefully, "we should prepare contingencies if they revoke our tax status." The wealth that had built this media operation had come from oil, millions of barrels pumping steadily from Texas and Louisiana fields. Hunt had secured those fields through a combination of geological insight, negotiating skill, and timing. His greatest triumph remained the Daisy Bradford No. 3 well, and the East Texas leases he'd acquired from Dad Joyner in 1930, still producing black gold 2 decades later. "The best time to buy is when the seller has to sell," Hunt often told his associates, a maxim born from experience rather than cruelty. He'd built an empire on that principle, recognizing opportunity in others' distress. Evening descended on Dallas, transforming the city's new skyscrapers into glowing monoliths against the darkening sky. Hunt drove himself home in a used Chevrolet, deliberately unremarkable, passing neighborhoods where television antennas sprouted from rooftops like strange mechanical plants. Inside those homes, families gathered around their sets watching I Love Lucy or The Honeymooners, new cultural touchstones of American prosperity. The Hunt estate, Mount Vernon, was an incongruous white-columned replica of Washington's home, standing in Dallas like an architectural non sequitur. Hunt had purchased it in 1938, one of his few concessions to ostentation. He parked in the circular drive and entered to find Ruth Ray Hunt, his second wife, waiting in the foyer. "The children are asking about dinner," she said. "Will you be joining us?" "Of course," Hunt replied. Family meals remained sacrosanct despite his fortune. The dining room could have seated 30, but tonight held only Hunt, Ruth, and their 6 children. The conversation drifted between school activities and business matters, Hunt occasionally offering cryptic wisdom to his offspring. "Money is just a way of keeping score," he told his son Ray, who had mentioned a school friend's new bicycle. "Remember that. What matters is what you build, what you create." Later, in his study, Hunt reviewed documents from his overseas operations. The Libya concession papers from 1957 required particular attention. He'd joined a BP-led consortium, taking approximately a 16% stake in exploration rights, a significant departure from his usual practice of investing close to home. His advisors had questioned the wisdom of the Libyan venture. Political instability in the Middle East was growing. The Suez Crisis of 1956 had demonstrated how quickly oil assets could become pawns in international conflicts. Yet Hunt sensed opportunity where others saw danger. "Proved reserves aren't built by following the crowd," he murmured to himself, studying maps of the Libyan desert. The geological reports suggested potential that reminded him of East Texas before the boom. A gamble, certainly, but one with odds he understood. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Nelson Bunker Hunt, his son from his first marriage to Lyda Bunker Hunt, entered. At 23, Bunker already showed the sharp intelligence and risk tolerance that characterized his father. "You wanted to see the production reports?" Bunker asked, handing over a folder. Hunt nodded, taking the documents. "Sit down. What do you make of these Libyan projections?" Bunker settled into a leather chair. "Risky, but the geology is promising. If the political situation holds, it could be significant. And if it doesn't, then we've diversified our losses," Bunker replied with a slight smile. Hunt studied his son thoughtfully. "You understand something most don't. The greatest fortunes are made when blood is in the streets." "Is that what you believe?" Hunt considered the question. "What I believe is that opportunity rarely announces itself with trumpets. It whispers, and only those paying attention hear it." By 1956, the pressure on Fax Forum had become untenable. The IRS revoked its tax-exempt status, concluding that the organization had crossed the line from education to lobbying. Hunt, pragmatic as always, simply shifted tactics rather than abandoning his ideological efforts. "We'll reorganize," he told his executive team during a meeting in his sparse conference room. "Lifeline will continue the mission without the tax advantages." Hunt's radio program, Lifeline, would soon replace Fax Forum, broadcasting his conservative perspective to millions of Americans concerned about communism, big government, and what Hunt saw as threats to traditional American values. The meeting concluded. Hunt found himself alone with Al Ulmer, one of his most trusted business associates. Ulmer had been with him since the early fields, a man who understood both oil and politics. "McCarthy's finished," Ulmer said quietly, referring to the senator's censure by his colleagues following the disastrous Army McCarthy hearings. "But the fight against communism continues." Hunt nodded, standing at the window overlooking Dallas. The city was changing rapidly. New buildings, new highways, new money flowing into Texas with the post-war boom. McCarthy made mistakes, Hunt acknowledged, tactical errors, but his fundamental premise was correct. The threat is real. "The methods matter," Ulmer suggested carefully. Hunt turned, his expression unreadable. "Results matter, Al. History judges outcomes, not intentions. The Petroleum Club occupied the top floor of the Baker Hotel, offering sweeping views of Dallas and discreet tables where the city's oil elite conducted business over medium-rare steaks and bourbon. Hunt rarely dined here. He preferred his brown bag lunches, but tonight was an exception. Across the table sat James Abercrombie, another independent oilman who had built a fortune from Texas crude. Between them lay a prospectus for the Libya concession. The consortium needs additional domestic partners, Hunt explained, his voice low despite the privacy of their corner table. The geological surveys suggest potential comparable to the Saudi fields. Abercrombie raised an eyebrow. That's quite a claim, HL. I've reviewed the data personally, Hunt replied. This contradicts my usual approach. I prefer investments I can drive to in a day, but sometimes proximity must yield to potential. The waiter arrived with their steaks. Hunt had ordered his well done, a quirk that stemmed from his health philosophies rather than taste preference. He waited until the server departed before continuing. The British have the political connections. We have the technical expertise. The consortium structure limits exposure while maintaining upside participation. Abercrombie cut into his steak, considering the proposition. What about the political risk? The Middle East isn't exactly stable. No investment is without risk, Hunt acknowledged, but consider the reward. If the surveys are correct, this could be transformative. For Libya or for us? Abercrombie asked with a slight smile. Both, ideally, Hunt replied. Prosperity isn't zero-sum. That's what the communists never understand. The summer of 1958 found Hunt standing in his kitchen at 5:30 a.m., preparing his own breakfast according to strict principles outlined in his self-published health manual. He measured precisely 2 tablespoons of wheat germ into a bowl, added milk, and sliced a banana with methodical precision. As he ate, he read through the morning newspapers, the Dallas Morning News, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and several others. He consumed news as thoroughly as businessmen half his age, searching for patterns others might miss. A headline caught his attention. Recession deepens. Unemployment rises to 7.5%. Hunt studied the article carefully. Economic downturns created opportunities for those with liquid capital and strategic patience. The telephone rang. Hunt glanced at his watch, 6:15 a.m., which meant the call was likely from his East Coast operations. Hunt speaking, he answered. Mr. Hunt, it's Charles from the New York office. We've received word that Gulf Oil is considering divesting certain Louisiana properties. Cash flow issues related to the recession. Hunt's expression remained neutral, but his mind raced with calculations. Send me the details immediately, and Charles, discretion is essential. After hanging up, Hunt allowed himself a small smile. His investment philosophy had crystallized over decades: focus on proximity, target proved or probable reserves, structure deals with seller financing when possible, and maintain a strong bias toward Texas and Louisiana properties. The Libya venture was his deliberate outlier, a calculated deviation from this approach. It represented less than 5% of his holdings, yet could potentially deliver outsized returns if the geological assessments proved accurate. Decide what you want, decide what you're willing to exchange for it, and then pay the price, he murmured to himself, a personal mantra that had guided his accumulation of wealth. 1959 brought changes to Hunt's empire. The organization had grown increasingly complex, with dozens of subsidiaries and affiliated companies managing everything from production to pipelines, refineries to real estate. Hunt maintained personal control of critical decisions while delegating day-to-day operations to trusted lieutenants. In his private office, Hunt reviewed the decade's performance with his chief financial officer, Martin Decker. "The Fortune article got it wrong," Hunt said, referring to the 1951 profile. "Not about the wealth, about what matters." Decker looked up from his ledgers. "How so, sir?" "They focused on the eccentric details, the used cars, the brown bag lunches. They missed the philosophy behind those choices." "Which is?" Decker prompted. Hunt leaned back in his chair. "Conservation of resources isn't about deprivation. It's about directing capital to its highest purpose. Every dollar wasted on ostentation is a dollar that can't be invested productively." Outside, Dallas continued its transformation. The new interstate highway system was reshaping American geography, making oil transport more efficient while simultaneously increasing demand through the explosion of suburban automobile ownership. Television had conquered American culture, bringing advertisements and consumerist values into living rooms nationwide. Hunt observed these changes with a mixture of opportunity assessment and ideological concern. The prosperity vindicated his belief in free enterprise, while the cultural shifts, the emergence of rock and roll, the growing youth culture, the first stirrings of social movements that would define the coming decade, troubled his conservative sensibilities. "The Libya investment remains our most significant outlier," Decker noted, turning to those figures. "No production yet, but the exploration continues." Hunt nodded. "Patience. The geologists are following promising indications. Sometimes the most valuable resources require the deepest drilling." What neither man knew, though Hunt suspected, was that major strikes would arrive in Libya by 1961, vindicating his decision to join the consortium. As the decade ended, Hunt stood on the balcony of his Mount Vernon replica, looking out over the Dallas night. At 66, he remained vigorous, his mind sharp, his ambition undiminished. The Fortune designation as richest man in America had brought attention he neither wanted nor needed, yet he had adapted to life as a public figure while maintaining his private methods. The Facts Forum experiment had ended, but its successor, Lifeline, continued broadcasting Hunt's vision of America: anti-communist, limited government, individualist. Critics called him an extremist. He considered himself a patriot. The truth, as always, lay somewhere between competing narratives. His empire had weathered recession, political scrutiny, and international complexity. The fundamentals remained strong: oil flowing from Texas, Louisiana, and soon, he believed, Libya. The organization he had built from nothing now employed thousands and influenced millions through its media operations. Hunt returned inside, where Ruth was reading in their bedroom. "You're up late," she observed. "Just thinking," he replied, sitting on the edge of the bed, "about the next decade." "And what do you see?" Hunt considered the question carefully. "Opportunity, challenge. The world is changing faster than most realize." "For better or worse?" she asked. "Both," Hunt answered with rare philosophical candor. "Always both." He didn't share his deeper concerns, that the prosperity America enjoyed might breed complacency, that the values he championed might erode in a culture increasingly focused on consumption rather than production. These thoughts he kept private, like so much else in his carefully compartmentalized life. As he prepared for bed according to his rigid health regimen, Hunt reviewed mental ledgers of assets and liabilities, opportunities and threats. The wealth was a fact, but more important was the system he had built to generate it. A system based on recognizing patterns, moving decisively when others hesitated, and maintaining absolute control over what mattered most. "Money is just a way of keeping score," he whispered to himself in the darkness. The true measure of success, he believed, was creating something that outlasted you. An empire of oil, ideas, and influence that would continue flowing long after its creator was gone, like the black crude that had started it all, pumping steadily from the East Texas fields that had made him the richest man in America. The first light of dawn crept across Dallas as H.L. Hunt rose from his bed. It was 5:00 a.m., the same hour he had awakened for decades, regardless of wealth or station. The city outside remained hushed, but Hunt's mind was already calculating, analyzing, categorizing the day ahead with mechanical precision. He dressed methodically in one of his conservative suits, not expensive by the standards of what he could afford, but respectable, practical. The mirror reflected back a man whose appearance belied his fortune: thinning hair combed neatly, rimless glasses, the face of a small-town banker rather than one of the richest men in America. In the kitchen, he prepared a simple breakfast: orange juice, toast, a single egg. While eating, he packed his lunch in a brown paper bag, a sandwich, an apple, a thermos of water. The ritual was unchanging, a vestige of Depression-era habits that no amount of wealth could erase from his consciousness. "Waste not," he murmured to himself, carefully folding the bag's top edge. The phrase was something of a personal mantra, one his children and employees had heard countless times. By 6003, Hunt was driving his used Chevrolet through the awakening streets of Dallas. He could have purchased any vehicle fleets of them, but ostentation struck him as vulgar, wasteful. The car was functional, American-made, and paid for. What more did a man need? His office occupied a modest suite in downtown Dallas, far from the emerging glass and steel monuments to corporate prosperity rising in the city. The space was functional: wooden desk, rotary telephone, filing cabinets, and stacks of newspapers, his windows to the world. The Dallas Morning News, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and several others formed daily reading that Hunt attacked with systematic thoroughness, marking passages with a red pencil, clipping items of interest. His secretary, Marion, arrived at 8 sharp, as she had for years. "Good morning, Mr. Hunt," she said, hanging her coat on the rack by the door. "Your 9030 with Mr. Murchison is confirmed, and Mr. Anderson called about the Libyan production reports." Hunt nodded. "Thank you, Marion. I'll take the Anderson call first thing." The phone rang not 5 minutes later. Hunt answered it himself. Another habit that mystified those who imagined great wealth meant delegation of the mundane. "Hunt speaking," he said, voice clipped and direct. "HL, it's Bill Anderson. Those Libyan numbers came in. They're exceeding projections by nearly 18%. A slight smile creased Hunt's weathered face. Good news indeed. The investment's paying off faster than anticipated. The cash flow is substantial. King Idris's government has been stable, and our relations with the local authorities remain cordial. This could be our most profitable overseas venture yet. Send the full reports over. I want to study the geological assessments before we discuss expansion." After ending the call, Hunt sat back in his chair, contemplating the Libyan situation. The 1961 discoveries there had proven to be precisely the kind of opportunity he recognized instinctively: undervalued assets with tremendous upside potential. Light, sweet crude, close to European markets, extracted under favorable concession terms. The political risk seemed manageable under the pro-Western monarchy. By mid-morning, Hunt had reviewed production figures from 6 different fields, annotated 2 geological surveys, and answered 17 phone calls personally. His method remained unchanged from his early wildcatting days: total immersion in details, constant communication with field operations, and an almost obsessive monitoring of economic and political trends that might affect his investments. At noon, he unwrapped his brown bag lunch at his desk while reviewing the latest scripts for Lifeline, the radio program he had launched in 1958. The show now aired on over 400 stations across America, delivering Hunt's particular brand of patriotic conservatism to millions of listeners daily. "Mr. Hunt," said Marion from the doorway, "Mr. Phillips from the broadcasting office is here about the Lifeline situation." Phillips entered, a nervous energy evident in his movements. He was younger than Hunt by 30 years, dressed in a sharper suit, his hair cut in the more modern style of the early 60s. "Sir, we're facing increased pressure from advertisers. The ADL and NAACP have both issued statements calling the program extremist. Several national companies have pulled their advertising." Hunt chewed thoughtfully on his sandwich before responding. "The program provides patriotic education to the American people. It's their right to hear perspectives outside the Eastern establishment's groupthink." "Yes, sir, but the civil rights angle. Lifeline speaks truth about the dangers of socialism, the overreach of the United Nations, and the erosion of American sovereignty," Hunt interrupted. "If certain organizations find those truths uncomfortable, that's their concern, not ours. We're projecting a 20% revenue decline if the boycott spreads." Hunt's expression hardened slightly. "I didn't create Lifeline to make money, Mr. Phillips. I created it because this country is sliding toward dangerous ideologies." The program continues as written. After Phillips departed, Hunt returned to the scripts, making occasional notations in the margins. The world outside his window was changing rapidly. Civil rights marches, Kennedy's New Frontier programs, nascent anti-war sentiment regarding Vietnam, all developments that Hunt viewed with profound skepticism and concern. At 3 o'clock, Hunt left for a field inspection of one of his Texas operations. Despite being in his 70s, he still insisted on seeing wells personally, talking to roughnecks and geologists on site, assessing equipment and output with his own eyes. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the pumping equipment as Hunt walked the perimeter of the site with his field manager. Oil had made him a billionaire, but he never lost his tactile connection to the industry. The smell of crude, the sound of machinery, the technical language of drilling reports remained as familiar to him as his own reflection. "Production's holding steady," the manager explained, "though costs are up about 4% over last quarter." "Analyze where those increases are coming from," Hunt responded, "and check the maintenance schedule on pumps 3 and 4. They sound off-cycle." The drive back to Dallas gave Hunt time to think. The 60s had brought profound cultural changes that troubled him deeply. The youth rebellion, the sexual revolution, the growing welfare state, all seemed to confirm his long-held belief that America was drifting from its foundational principles. His lifeline broadcasts were his contribution to stemming this tide, regardless of the criticism they attracted. Dinner was a simple affair at home. His approach to food remained utilitarian rather than indulgent. He ate at precisely 6:30 p.m., reviewed more papers, and prepared for bed by 9. While contemporaries in the oil business maintained lavish estates, collected art, traveled extensively, and flaunted their wealth, Hunt lived in a home valued at around $30,000, modest for a man whose fortune was estimated in the billions. The pattern repeated daily, with only minor variations, until November 22, 1963, when gunshots in Dealey Plaza changed Dallas forever. Hunt was in his office when the news broke. The president had been shot during a motorcade through downtown. Soon after came confirmation John F. Kennedy was dead. The city fell into shocked silence, then chaos. For Hunt, the implications became personal with alarming speed. His well-known conservative views, his funding of right-wing causes, his criticism of Kennedy through Lifeline all, suddenly cast in a sinister light by a traumatized nation seeking answers. 3 days after the assassination, FBI agents appeared at his office. "Mr. Hunt," said the lead agent, showing his credentials, "we have some questions regarding your whereabouts and activities on November 22nd. The questioning lasted 2 hours. Hunt answered directly, providing a detailed accounting of his movements that day. But the visit itself disturbed him deeply. For the first time in decades, H.L. Hunt, who had weathered the Depression, world wars, and countless business challenges, felt vulnerable. That evening, without announcement, he left Dallas, driving his Chevrolet across state lines, staying in modest motels under an assumed name. The flight lasted only a week before he returned, having confirmed through attorneys that he was not a suspect in any investigation. But damage had been done. The city of Dallas bore a national stigma as the city of hate, and Hunt's reputation suffered by association. Newspapers that had once written admiringly of his business acumen now subtly linked him to the extremist political climate that many believed had enabled the assassination. "It's a witch hunt," he told his son Lamar over a rare dinner together in early 1964. "They're using Kennedy's death to discredit conservative thought in this country." "The timing is unfortunate," Lamar replied carefully. "Your political activities have been very public, and now there's a spotlight on Dallas conservatism." Hunt's eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses. "I've never advocated violence. Lifeline promotes constitutional principles and traditional American values. There's nothing extreme about patriotism. Perception matters, Father. Perhaps a temporary softening of tone." "I don't calibrate truth to match public sentiment," Hunt interrupted. "This country needs Lifeline more than ever now." By mid-1964, the immediate furor had subsided, but a permanent shadow had been cast. Hunt continued his daily routine with characteristic discipline, but those close to him noticed subtle changes. He became more careful about public statements. Security measures at his office and home were quietly enhanced. He spent more time analyzing his asset mix, gradually increasing investments in real estate and equities alongside his core oil and gas holdings. The Libyan operations continued to be a bright spot financially. Production increased steadily, generating substantial cash flow that Hunt directed into various investments, including his HLH Products Company, a food business based on his dietary principles that would ultimately prove one of his rare business failures. In late 1966, Hunt sat in his office late one evening, reviewing property assessments for several Dallas buildings he owned. The city was recovering its confidence, though the Kennedy assassination remained an open wound in the national psyche. Through his window, he could see new construction reshaping the skyline, physical manifestations of the economic boom that continued despite cultural turbulence. The phone rang, unusual for this hour. Hunt speaking. "HL, it's Clint Murchison." Murchison was a fellow Texas oilman, one of the few people Hunt considered both peer and friend. "What can I do for you, Clint?" "Just calling to give you a heads up. That reporter from the New York Times has been asking questions again about your political donations, Lifeline, the General Walker situation." Hunt's jaw tightened imperceptibly. Edwin Walker was a former Army general who had been dismissed in 1961 for distributing right-wing literature to his troops. Hunt had financially supported Walker afterward, seeing him as a patriot punished for anti-communist convictions. "Let them ask," Hunt replied evenly. "My support for General Walker was a private matter between citizens." They're building a narrative, HL, trying to connect dots between Dallas conservatives and extremism. Your name keeps coming up. "The truth doesn't require my defense, Clint, but I appreciate the warning." After hanging up, Hunt stood at his window, gazing at the city lights. At 77, he had lived through profound transformations in America, from rural simplicity to industrial might, from depression to prosperity, from unity to fracture. The 60s seemed to be accelerating the pace of change in ways that deeply troubled him. Yet his fundamental approach remained constant: rise early, work diligently, waste nothing, trust few, verify everything, and maintain absolute control over what you can influence. The formula had transformed a fifth-grade education and gambling winnings into one of the world's great fortunes. It had survived war, depression, political shifts, and personal controversy. Hunt returned to his desk and pulled a small notebook from his drawer. In it, he occasionally recorded private thoughts, a practice at odds with his otherwise methodical, unsentimental nature. "Luck and timing open doors," he wrote, acknowledging what he rarely admitted publicly about his East Texas oil discoveries decades earlier. But walking through those doors and building what followed, that was execution, not fortune. He closed the notebook and placed it in his coat pocket. Tomorrow would begin as all days did at 5:00 a.m., with work to be done, assets to manage, and a world to understand through the pages of 6 newspapers. The routine continued, unchanging as the man himself, while Dallas and America transformed around him. The November sun cast long shadows over Dallas, turning the steel and glass skyline into a gleaming monument to American prosperity. Yet inside his modest office on the 7th floor of the Mercantile Bank Building, H.L. Hunt viewed the cityscape with a mixture of pride and unease. At 85, he had outlasted most of his contemporaries, but not even the billions he had amassed could purchase immunity from time's relentless march. "Mr. Hunt," his secretary announced through the intercom, "Mr. Curington is here." John Curington entered, carrying a leather portfolio bulging with papers. Hunt's vice president and lawyer had been managing the day-to-day operations with increasing responsibility, though Hunt himself still made every significant decision. John Hunt greeted him without rising from behind his desk. "What news from Libya?" Curington's expression tightened. "Not good, I'm afraid. Gaddafi's nationalization program is proceeding. The State Department says there's little they can do." Hunt nodded slowly, his weathered face betraying no emotion. The Libyan venture had been a calculated risk, tens of millions invested in exploration and development. Now, with Colonel Muammar Gaddafi's revolutionary government expropriating foreign oil assets, that investment was evaporating like morning dew under the desert sun. So it's gone. All of it. Hunt's voice was flat, matter-of-fact. I'm afraid so, sir. About $50 million, give or take. Hunt turned to gaze out the window. In the distance, construction cranes punctuated the skyline. Dallas was booming, riding the wave of inflated oil prices. The 1973 Arab oil embargo had quadrupled crude prices, transforming the economics of the industry. Domestic production, which had peaked in 1970, was still immensely profitable with oil at $12 a barrel instead of $3. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away, Hunt murmured, though I prefer when he giveth. Curington allowed himself a small smile. Even in his 80s, Hunt maintained his particular brand of dry humor. Our domestic operations more than offset the Libyan loss, Curington reassured him. Revenue will top $200 million this year. We have about 500 employees now, and nearly 1,000 producing wells. And yet, Hunt replied, his voice tinged with a rare note of philosophical musing, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world? He left the biblical quotation unfinished, but Curington understood. For all his wealth, perhaps $3 billion by current estimates, H.L. Hunt faced a challenge that had defeated many empire builders before him, succession. That evening, Hunt sat in his modest brick home on Mount Vernon Street. Despite his vast fortune, he lived simply, a habit formed during the Depression and maintained through decades of increasing wealth. The house was comfortable but far from ostentatious. No original artworks adorned the walls. No expensive antiques filled the rooms. Hunt had always viewed such luxuries as wasteful extravagance. The dining room table was covered with papers, corporation filings, property deeds, mineral rights documentation. Hunt methodically reviewed each one, making occasional notations with a well-worn pencil. His empire was vast and complex. Oil and gas holdings represented about 70% of his wealth, with the remainder divided between real estate, equities in companies like HLH Products, and a small percentage in cash and bonds. The telephone rang, and Hunt answered it on the second ring. Dad? It was Herbert, his eldest son from his first marriage to Lyda. Just checking in. How are you feeling? Fit as ever, Hunt replied automatically, though both knew this wasn't entirely true. His health, while remarkable for his age, had begun to decline. How's that refinery expansion coming along? They spoke of business for several minutes before Herbert broached the subject they had danced around for years. Dad, we need to discuss the estate planning. John says there's still no clear structure for how things should be handled when. When I'm gone, Hunt finished the sentence. I've made arrangements. But the arrangements aren't clear, Herbert pressed gently. With 3 families, 14 children, without a formal structure, there could be problems. Hunt's silence spoke volumes. His personal life was complex, married to Lyda until her death in 1955, with 7 children from that marriage, secretly married to Frania Tai since 1925. With 4 children, and married to Ruth Ray since 1957, with 3 more children. He had acknowledged all 14 children, provided for them, but had never created a comprehensive plan for the continuity of his empire. I'll handle it, Hunt said finally. Trust me, son. After hanging up, Hunt turned on the radio. The news was full of Watergate developments. Nixon's presidency was unraveling in a tangle of scandal and deceit. Hunt shook his head disapprovingly. He had supported Nixon, as he had supported conservative causes throughout his life. His radio program, Lifeline, continued to broadcast across the country, promoting free enterprise and warning against socialism, though the audience had aged along with its founder. Hunt picked up a small notebook where he jotted aphorisms and quotable thoughts. He had recently written, "A rich man is just a poor man with money." He smiled at the simplicity of the statement, appreciating how it distilled a complex truth into a memorable phrase. Spring 1974 brought no resolution to the succession question. Hunt maintained his routine, rising before dawn, eating his austere breakfast of dry whole wheat toast and black coffee, arriving at the office by 7. He still drove himself in a nondescript car, still brought a brown bag lunch, still scrutinized every expense report with a miser's attention to detail. "Mr. Hunt," Curington said during their morning meeting, "the attorneys are asking again about creating a trust structure, with the estate potentially facing significant tax exposure." Hunt waved away the concern. "The depletion allowance has served us well enough." The oil depletion allowance, a tax provision that had allowed producers to exclude 27.5% of their income from taxation, had been a cornerstone of Hunt's tax strategy for decades. Though Congress had reduced it in recent years, it had helped him build his fortune with minimal tax burden. "That's changing," Curington warned. "The political climate isn't favorable to oil interests anymore." Hunt nodded thoughtfully. The America of 1974 was not the America he had known most of his life. The certainties of the post-war era had evaporated. Vietnam was a humiliating failure. Watergate had shattered trust in government, and inflation was eroding the dollar's value. The culture had changed too long. Hair on men, women in pantsuits, morals loosened beyond recognition. "I've lived through worse," Hunt said finally. "The Depression, 2 world wars, oil busts that wiped out weaker men. This too shall pass." Curington wasn't so sure. He had worked closely with Hunt for years, managing the complex web of corporations, properties, and investments. He understood better than most the challenges that would come with Hunt's eventual passing. Without clear directives, the empire would likely fragment. The 3 families had different interests, different visions. "Sir, with respect, your children need guidance on how to preserve what you've built." Hunt fixed Curington with a stare that had intimidated oil executives, bankers, and politicians for decades. "My children know my values: thrift, hard work, self-reliance. The rest is details." But as Curington well knew, in matters of billion-dollar estates, the details were everything. Summer brought record heat to Dallas, and with it, subtle changes in Hunt's routine. He tired more easily now, sometimes dozing at his desk in the afternoon. His appetite had diminished. Ruth watched him with quiet concern, noting how his suits hung more loosely on his frame. In August, while the nation watched Nixon's resignation in disgrace, Hunt sat with Ruth in their living room, the television casting a blue glow over their faces. "A sad day for America," Hunt commented as Nixon boarded the helicopter on the White House lawn, his final departure as president. "What happens now?" Ruth asked. Hunt considered the question. "Ford will pardon him. The country will heal. We've survived worse." Ruth studied her husband's profile, wondering if he was thinking about his own legacy. "Haroldson," she said softly, using his given name as she rarely did. "The children have been asking about your wishes." for the future. Hunt turned to her, his expression softening. I know they worry, but I built all this from nothing, starting with a few dollars won at poker tables. They'll manage. They'll fight, Ruth said bluntly. Not because they're greedy, but because without direction, they'll each believe they're honoring your wishes in their own way. Hunt didn't respond immediately. Outside, the cicadas droned in the Texas heat, a timeless sound that had provided the soundtrack to his life since boyhood in Illinois. Finally, he patted Ruth's hand. Perhaps you're right. I'll speak with John about it next week. But next week became next month, and the serious discussion of succession planning remained unaddressed. Fall arrived with its golden light and cooler temperatures. Hunt had begun to delegate more responsibilities to his sons, particularly Herbert and Bunker, though he still insisted on reviewing major decisions. His health continued its gradual decline, but his mind remained sharp, his memory formidable. In October, Hunt summoned Curington to his home on a Sunday afternoon, unusual for a man who strictly observed the Sabbath. John, Hunt said as they sat in his study, I've been thinking about what you said, about the future. Curington nodded, careful not to display too much eagerness. Hunt disliked emotional displays. I want you to draft a letter, Hunt continued, to be opened after my death. It will outline my wishes for how the business should continue. A letter isn't legally binding, Curington pointed out gently. A trust structure would be more effective. Hunt waved away the suggestion. A letter will do. My children respect my wishes. Curington knew better than to argue. Hunt had always preferred personal authority to institutional constraints. His business empire operated on handshakes and verbal agreements more than formal contracts. It had worked during his lifetime, protected by his reputation and power, but Curington feared what would happen afterward. What would you like the letter to say? He asked instead. Hunt outlined a simple vision. The oil business should remain private, family-controlled, profits should be reinvested, political contributions should continue to conservative causes. L.I. Feline should broadcast as long as it remained viable. Curington made notes, knowing that these broad principles would provide little guidance in resolving inevitable conflicts. But he had learned long ago that Hunt would do things his way, the way that had transformed a gambler's stake into one of America's greatest fortunes. November brought an early cold snap to Dallas. Hunt's morning routine had shortened. He now arrived at the office closer to 8 than 7, and sometimes left by mid-afternoon. On Thanksgiving, the extended family gathered, a complicated choreography of 3 separate family units maintaining a cordial but distant relationship. The following day, November 29, 1974, Hunt rose as usual before dawn. He ate his Spartan breakfast, dressed in one of his conservative suits, and prepared to leave for the office. Ruth noticed that his color seemed off, his breathing labored. Perhaps you should stay home today, she suggested. It's the day after Thanksgiving. Surely the office can manage without you. The empire doesn't run itself, Hunt replied with a small smile. But as he reached for his car keys, a sharp pain lanced through his chest. He sat heavily on the hallway bench, his face pale. Haroldson. Ruth was at his side immediately. I'm calling the doctor. Hunt wanted to object. He had always distrusted doctors and their medications, but the pain was intense, radiating down his left arm. He nodded mutely. Within the hour, he was in the hospital. By afternoon, despite the efforts of Dallas's finest physicians, Haroldson Lafayette Hunt Jr. was gone at the age of 85. The next morning, the New York Times headline read, H.L. Hunt, Oil billionaire is dead. The obituary that followed was respectful but noted the controversies. His right-wing politics, his complex family situation, his connection to Dallas and the Kennedy assassination through Jack Ruby. Hunt might have preferred a simpler epitaph, oilman and patriot. But as with much in life, the final word belonged to others. In the days that followed, the Hunt empire began its predicted fragmentation. Without clear succession plans or a unified trust structure, the three families approached their inheritance with different priorities and perspectives. The fortune, estimated at between $2 and $3 billion, would be divided, contested, and eventually diminished through taxation, litigation, and the spectacular missteps of some heirs. John Curington, sitting in his office surrounded by the paperwork of Hunt's empire, reflected on the man he had served. Hunt had been brilliant but flawed, visionary but stubborn, generous but controlling. He had survived the Depression, built an empire from poker winnings, and died one of the richest men in America. Yet his greatest failure had been one of imagination, the inability to envision his creation without himself at the center. Outside the Mercantile Bank building, Dallas continued its boom. Oil prices remained high, the Cowboys were winning, and new skyscrapers punctuated the skyline. The world that had made H.L. Hunt possible, a world of self-made men, handshake deals, and unlimited horizons, was fading into history, replaced by a more complex, regulated, and global economy. The empire he built would endure in pieces, fragmented but resilient. The man himself would fade into legend, part brilliant oilman, part political extremist, part folk hero of American capitalism. And perhaps that was fitting for someone who had always understood that in America, with its perpetual reinvention, today's reality becomes tomorrow's mythology, and even the greatest fortunes eventually return to dust. The wood-paneled walls of the University of Texas archive seemed to absorb sound, creating a cocoon of contemplative silence. The archivist, a woman with silver-streaked hair and wire-rimmed glasses, carefully placed the cardboard box on the table before the doctoral student. "These are the Lifeline transcripts," she explained softly. "H.L. Hunt's radio broadcasts, quite controversial in their time." The student nodded, opening the box to reveal hundreds of yellowed pages, the paper legacy of a man who had died nearly 50 years earlier, but whose shadow still stretched across Texas and beyond. "It's strange," the student said, "how one man's empire can fragment so completely after his death." Outside, autumn sunlight bathed the Austin campus in golden light, while inside, the past waited to be excavated, one document at a time. In the years following H.L. Hunt's death in 1974, the oil empire he had built faced its greatest tests. Without the founder's guiding hand, the intricate machinery of wealth he had constructed began to show stress fractures along fault lines he had recognized but never properly addressed. The fortune, once concentrated like crude in a perfect reservoir, dispersed through the permeable boundaries of inheritance and ambition. Bunker and Herbert Hunt, sons from the first family, took control of significant portions of the core oil holdings. They possessed their father's entrepreneurial drive but lacked his discipline, a dangerous combination in a world where billions could be won or lost on commodity futures. By 1979, the Hunt brothers had developed a near obsession with silver. They began accumulating the precious metal, both physical bullion and futures contracts, convinced that it was dramatically undervalued at $6 an ounce. Their strategy was simple yet audacious: corner the market. In a suite at the Adolphus Hotel in Dallas, Bunker Hunt stared at market reports spread across a mahogany desk, the lamp casting harsh shadows across his face. A legacy of billions wasn't enough. He wanted to rewrite the rules of global finance. The Federal Reserve is debasing the dollar, he explained to a nervous financial advisor. Silver is the only true money, always has been. Through 1979, the plan worked with clockwork precision. Silver prices climbed steadily as the Hunts accumulated more, reaching $20, then $30, finally peaking near $50 an ounce in January 1980. For a brief, dizzying moment, it seemed the sons had outplayed the father, turning mere millions into billions through financial leverage rather than drilling rigs. Then came what financial historians would later call Silver Thursday, March 27, 1980. The COMEX changed its margin rules overnight. The Federal Reserve tightened monetary policy, and silver prices collapsed. The Hunts faced margin calls they couldn't meet. Suddenly, the sons of America's once richest man teetered on the precipice of bankruptcy. In a boardroom high above Dallas, Bunker Hunt removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose as lawyers outlined the scale of disaster. The family had lost over $1 billion in weeks. The empire their father had built through oil was nearly destroyed by silver. Your father always said commodity risk was the greatest danger, an elderly attorney reminded him gently. He learned that in 1934 when oil prices crashed. You've learned it with silver. Bunker nodded silently, the lesson learned at catastrophic cost. While the Bunker and Herbert branch of the Hunt family tree weathered the silver storm, barely surviving with a fraction of their former wealth, another son took a dramatically different path. Lamar Hunt, also from the first family, had pursued his passion for sports rather than speculation. Lamar had founded the American Football League in 1960, challenging the NFL's monopoly. By the 1980s, the leagues had merged, and Lamar owned the Kansas City Chiefs. He had even coined the term Super Bowl, reportedly inspired by his children's Super Ball toy. His entrepreneurial spirit matched his father's, but his risk management proved far superior to his brother's. In a Kansas City skybox in January 1982, Lamar watched his Chiefs play, surrounded by friends and business associates. One turned to him as the crowd roared below. "Your brothers nearly lost everything in silver," the man said. "You must be grateful you stayed out of that mess." Lamar smiled slightly. "My father taught us to follow our instincts. Mine just happened to be in stadiums, not commodities." The contrast between brothers could not have been starker. Bunker's recklessness versus Lamar's discipline, commodity speculation versus brand building, boom and bust versus steady compounding. Same genes, different journeys. Meanwhile, Hunt Oil Company, controlled by Ray Hunt, son of the second family through Ruth Ray Hunt, charted yet another course. Ray maintained the founder's core principles: private ownership, data-driven exploration, conservative finance, and minimal disclosure. He expanded internationally where his father had stumbled, making a significant discovery in Yemen in 1984. In his sleek Dallas office in the late 1980s, Ray Hunt studied geological surveys with the same intensity his father once had, though the technology had evolved from paper maps to computer models. An advisor entered with news from the Middle East. "The Yemen field tests are confirming initial estimates," the man said. "It's a giant discovery." Ray nodded. his expression reserved despite the news that would add billions to the family fortune. "My father always said the best deals are the ones you can drive to," he remarked. But he also taught us to adapt when conditions change. By the 2020s, Hunt Oil remained family-controlled, private, and profitable. Perhaps the most successful branch of H.L. Hunt's fractured legacy. The political aftershocks of Hunt's life proved equally complex. His radio program, Lifeline, and his Facts Forum organization were studied by historians as early examples of ideologically driven media precursors to the partisan news landscape that would emerge decades later. In a university seminar room in 1995, a political science professor held up a Lifeline transcript. Hunt spent an estimated 5 to 10% of his income on political advocacy, she explained to her students. Millions of dollars over decades, promoting anti-communist, anti-UN, anti-welfare messages that were mainstream in 1950s Texas, but considered extreme by 1970s standards. A student raised his hand. "Would you consider it hate radio?" The professor considered this. Some critics did. Others saw it as pioneering conservative advocacy. Hunt himself invoked the First Amendment, arguing that wealth gave him no special rights, but took away none of his citizen rights either. She paused. The impact was significant, but difficult to quantify precisely because the corporate and political spending records remained private. The numerical legacy of H.L. Hunt was equally elusive. At his death in 1974, probate documents had pegged his worth at somewhere between $2 and $3 billion, an enormous sum for the time. His East Texas oil fields alone had generated an estimated $600 million to $1 billion in cumulative cash flow over his lifetime. The Joyner acquisition of $30,000 down payment for leases that would eventually cost $1.335 million ranked as one of the greatest resource acquisitions in American history, generating returns of 500 to 1,000 times the investment. By contrast, his Libya venture ended in total loss after Gaddafi's nationalization. In the library of an East Texas oil museum in 2010, a curator showed a visiting petroleum engineer the original documents from the Texas Railroad Commission's proration hearings of the 1930s. Hunt survived when others failed because he understood cash flow, the curator explained. During the worst year of the Depression, 1934, his revenue dropped to perhaps $5 million. By the early 1970s, near the end of his life, annual revenue approached $200 million. The engineer whistled softly. And he never went public, never disclosed his full worth. He called it incalculable and refused to discuss specific numbers. Privacy was both personal preference and business strategy. The moral ledger proved even more complicated than the financial one. Hunt's business acumen, the Joyner deal, his vertical integration strategy, his mastery of regulatory systems, his survival through depression and price collapses was undeniable. But his personal life with 3 separate families and his political extremism complicated any straightforward assessment. At a Dallas Historical Society dinner in 2015, 2 elderly oil industry veterans debated Hunt's legacy over coffee and dessert. "He was a genius," said one. "Self-taught, disciplined, patient when others panicked. He bought when everyone was selling and held when everyone was flipping." "True," the other acknowledged, "but he also funded McCarthy, broadcast conspiracy theories, and lived a double, no, triple life that hurt a lot of people." The first man shrugged. The package came complete. You can't separate the business brilliance from the personal flaws. The same stubbornness that made him rich made him rigid. By 2020, the once mighty Hunt fortune had dispersed among dozens of descendants. Some branches prospered, others struggled. Hunt oil remained a significant player, but the collective Hunt wealth no longer dominated lists of America's richest families. The diversification H.L. Hunt had resisted in life became inevitable after his death. The artifacts of his existence, Fortune's 1951 profile naming him America's richest man, his 1973 Playboy interview, Life USIF, line transcripts preserved at the University of Texas, Texas Railroad Commission proration records, exhibits at the East Texas Oil Museum, and his modest grave at Sparkman Hillcrest Cemetery told parts of the story. But much remained hidden behind the private corporate records that were never disclosed. Questions persisted, even decades after his death. How large was his initial poker bankroll? What were his per-barrel finding costs in East Texas? What exactly did he pay Joyner, and when? How much did he spend on political causes over his lifetime? What was the precise timeline of his bigamous relationships? How many producing wells did he control at his peak? Were his negotiations with Joyner ethical, or did he take advantage of an elderly wildcatter? The answers remained elusive, lost to time, sealed records, and Hunt's lifelong preference for oral agreements and minimal documentation. In 2024, a finance professor at Southern Methodist University concluded her lecture on Hunt with advice drawn from his successes and failures. If Hunt could advise his successors today, he'd likely tell them to avoid commodity speculation, maintain family governance, separate business competence from political passion, and remember that privacy is an asset until it becomes a liability. She closed her laptop and looked out at her students. And if he could advise his younger self, trust your contrarian instincts, buy when others panic, hold your best assets forever, and for heaven's sake, write a proper will with a succession plan. The class laughed, but the lesson was serious. H.L. Hunt had been a type, the autodidact who outthinks credentialed experts, the loner who builds an empire without partners, the ascetic who scorns consumption despite vast wealth, the ideologue who confuses financial success with moral virtue. His strengths, discipline, patience, data-driven contrarianism, financial prudence, were inseparable from his weaknesses. Emotional compartmentalization, governance neglect, ideological rigidity. The complete package genius and flaw together defined the man. As night fell over Dallas, the lights of Hunt Oil's headquarters glowed in the skyline, a corporate remnant of a personal empire. In university archives, museum displays, and courthouse records, fragments of Hunt's life awaited reassembly by historians yet unborn. The oil continued to flow from fields he had discovered. The money continued to circulate among heirs he had created, and the stories continued to be told about a poker player who became, for a time, America's richest man. His was a uniquely American story, one of self-creation, boundless ambition, and flawed greatness. The epitaph he might have chosen, he kept score and won. The one history wrote, he built an empire and left a puzzle. Both were true, and the tension between them was the story itself.